That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. Hello. How we doing today, lovely folks? How we doing? Hello. Howdy. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Lady Rain Cloud. Saw your message. Scheduling is going to be tough for the next couple weeks, but I will see if I can figure that out. Hello, Matatiahu. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Firecrafted. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Tired and Trans. Fuck, do I feel that in my bones today? Hello, Cliff. Hello. Sorry to bother you. Never a bother, friend. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Miss Trunchbull. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, Queenie. Hello, Bard Clay. Hello, Ashley Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet and for all the work you did to keep this this channel trucking along. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Twin Tails 100. Hello, Tyrion Rogue. Hello, Shadow Talon. Hello, Celeste Player 1. Hello. Don't mean to be pushy, but did you see that Elon is suing our state? I did, because of course the man is suing Minnesota for not allowing technology that can remove other people's clothes. Hello, Mightbrand. Hello, Josie Doobs. Hello, Clueless. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, Runjack. Hello, Isaiah Bunny. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello, Runestone Druid. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, T-Lave. Hello, Nocturnal8999. Hello, Elizabeth. Hello, Wienerfer. Hello. How we doing, Quinn Decker? Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Redmond Berry. Hello, everybody. What's the main argument here? I'm not making an argument. I'm saying hello to people. Hello, Lucky38NV. Your thoughts on Fallout is pretty good, both the show and the video games. Hello, or the actual phenomena. Bad. Hello, Rusty. Hello, ACAB includes Stone Police. Hello. Hello. What's being discussed? We'll get to it. We need to finish the hellos. It's the channel tradition. We all know, yeah, I'm a simp for nuclear fallout, it's true. Hello! How we doing, everybody? Hello, Alan Smith. We're doing good today. Hello. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. You came here for an argument? Well, you better put your dukes up, Missy. And or Mister. Yo, what up? Indeed. Thank you for calling Movie Phone. Using your touch tone keypad, enter the first 3 letters of the movie title now. Whew. All right. How we all doing, everybody? Just a reminder before we get underway here. Click the goddamn button. We got shit to cover today. All right, and if we get through enough of it, we get to play. So click the goddamn button. Just right off the bat. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys genuinely make this show possible. I couldn't do it without you fine folks. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click Hell yeah. It's always lefties doing these lives. Seriously, need a life. 1, this is my job. This is literally what I do for my living. And 2, because people like Nocturnal8999 over there dropping a gifted membership. Thank you for making this show possible, friend. And for being the first person to support the stream today. Very much appreciate you. And that brings us to 252. Look at us go. Trucking along to our next dono goal. Now, also, just want to point out that the proliferation of people on the left doing live streams just goes to show where the passion is and where the actual public support is for different policy positions. And it's not behind conservatives. If it was behind conservatives, they wouldn't need to spend hundreds of millions of dollars propping them up. All right. But let's, I did want to share with you guys something that I found genuinely very, very funny today, which was this.
Hello, my name is Ken Burns, and I've been making films about American history for more than 250 years. But today it feels like our country is more divided than ever. Thankfully, there is still one thing that unites us all as Americans, and that is our shared love of the historical documentary, which is why I'm proud to tell you about The Onion's newest film, America, Birth of a Nation, showing the trials, tribulations, and triumphs of our young nation as they've never been seen before. It's a cinematic experience that reminds us who we are as Americans, and one that, frankly, puts all my past work to shame, both in terms of entertainment value and historical accuracy. Everything I got wrong, The Onion thankfully got right. So, if you've ever seen one of my many films, please forget everything they ever taught you about history and go watch The Onion's America, Birth of a Nation instead. You might finally learn something.
This is genuinely, like, I thought that they hired, like, a guy to play Ken Burns to say all that. That's the actual goddamn Ken Burns. They got the actual guy to advertise their movie. It's free, by the way, on YouTube. You should all check out America, Birth of a Nation. Very important to say the full title of the film. The Onion is doing incredible work right now. Top of their game, all right? Incredible stuff. Let's see here. The Onion is batting 1,000 lately. It's amazing. It truly is. I just thought that was incredible. All right. Let's dive into the show today, shall we? There we go. Let's do it. So, folks, we do have to start today's show by talking about Mitch McConnell, a Mitch update, if you will. And this Mitch is feeling the heat. And, I do think that it's a little interesting that still Mitch McConnell hasn't made any kind of appearance on video, hasn't called into a talk show, hasn't done anything to indicate that he's actually goddamn alive. And Andy Bashir is now actively laying down the gauntlet. Speaker resign. Bashir ups demand for McConnell health status. And Andy Bashir's been sending Mitch McConnell letters. This is one of the, I think the second letter so far that he has sent publicly to Mitch McConnell. And yeah, I understand anyone's desire for privacy, but when you run for office and serve as one of the state's 2 U.S. senators, you willingly abdicate much of your personal privacy. That's the deal. We all know it when we run. All of this speculation and even this letter could have been avoided with a minimal amount of transparency. Kentuckians are just asking you to be honest. And interestingly, John Thune's office and Mitch McConnell's office didn't return any requests for comment. And what's quite interesting is that where we're at right now, I do want to throw out a correction, which is that it used to be in Kentucky until 2021 that the governor could just appoint someone to that seat. And at the urging of then Senator Mitch McConnell, who was still very much alive, the law got changed by Kentucky's then governor and state level legislature in order to call for a special election if someone, say Mitch McConnell, happened to die in office. And what's interesting here is I think Republicans might be afraid of what a special election would entail. Because I've been quoting older laws that I had read about in the past. That law was passed in 2021. So the governor can no longer just appoint someone to the spot. But that does beg the question, what kind of internal polling does the GOP have on Mitch McConnell's seat and Kentucky in general that they would be afraid to call a special election? Because everything that we know right now is that the Democrat in a special election in Kentucky would get shellacked. But if that was the case and Mitch McConnell wasn't able to actually serve, why not run a special election now? Very interesting stuff happening. Very, very interesting. Here's Andy Bashir here, making the case.
Well, do I understand it correctly that August 3rd is a...
God, we got some truly leftist audio here. 1 second. This is what I get for prepping the show on my phone, where I can't tell if it's leftist audio or not. There we
key
go.
deadline here that if Mitch McConnell continues in this capacity through the 3rd, then you will not have an opportunity to name a replacement until an actual election is held.
There's an argument out there that that's a date where I could not later call a special election. And for those that are really pushing this...
Will you challenge that?
Well, a lot of those that are pushing this are online and I think are under the impression that a Democrat in Kentucky might be able to win that election. It's been since 1992 that we have had a Democratic senator in Kentucky. You mentioned a lot of missed votes. I want to point out some other missed votes that might not be a bad thing. He hasn't been there to vote on the SAVE Act, which would tear voting rights away. He hasn't been there to vote to support this war in Iran that this president started and shouldn't be continuing. He's not there to vote for a potential replacement of a Supreme Court justice to continue a court that would tear down the Voting Rights Act. So listen, when you look at some of this, a vacancy, not having Mitch McConnell show up isn't necessarily a bad thing, because he certainly doesn't show up to help the American people.
Well, do I...
Sorry, also, I said 2021 this law was passed. It was passed in 2024, overriding Andy Bashir's veto. That being said, there is a legal argument to be made that law might be counter to the Constitution of Kentucky. But again, that would then be a real legal battle that could determine whether or not that seat would actually be Democrat or Republican. So that is kind of the issue here. It's whether or not Andy Bashir is going to go ahead, bulldoze forward, name a replacement for the Senate anyway over this Republican law, and then fight it out in court to try and say, actually, it is unconstitutional according to our state constitution, and I can, in fact, name someone to this spot. It's very, very odd. Like, all of this is weird, because if ever there was a time for someone who is eyeing a 2028 election for the presidency, which Andy Bashir absolutely is, he's one of those guys who's like, maybe I could be the dark horse candidate, like John Ossoff, you know? If ever there was a time to try and make your name and stake your flag, this would be it. Getting a Democrat in the U.S. Senate right now would mean a whole lot. And so his trepidation here, I think, is understandable, because he's trying to build a framework around which he can justify this kind of legal challenge. But it also comes down to, you know, how big a fight are you willing to actually put up? Because when you start looking at what it would take to replace Mitch McConnell, it's not just Andy Bashir appoints someone and then there's a legal battle, because it would also depend on Republicans being willing to seat said appointed senator, which is also dubious. Many of you may remember, not that long ago, there was another, there was a Democrat that was elected in a special election, and Republicans kept punting her seating for like over a month. So, like, all of this is like, I understand why there is trepidation, because it would be a fight not just against the law of the land in Kentucky, but also a fight in the Senate itself, it would be a colossal political clusterfuck, which honestly might be to the benefit of Democrats in this case, because anything that slows down the daily order daily order as usual in Congress right now and delays Republican action is probably a good thing for the country as a whole. But it's quite an interesting situation we find ourselves in, and it really still all centers around if Mitch McConnell is able and willing to do his job, why isn't he calling into shows or going outside and getting in front of a podium and cameras? Like that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, I understand some injuries can be quite severe and can preclude that. But like, if someone is injured so badly that they cannot get in front of a camera or tell other people what is wrong, then they are unfit to do the job that they were elected to do. So, it's interesting to say the least. So anyway, that's been your Mitch McConnell update for the day. Can't wait to see how this progresses. And yeah, if I was someone on Mitch McConnell's team, the sooner you can get him in front of a camera talking, the better. All that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know, what do you think, hashtag is Mitch dead? And I feel like I should make a lot of inappropriate puns as like hashtags, but I will restrain myself for now. Anyway, do all that, and folks, get involved in your local political scene. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved, because it is genuinely the best way we can build political power and make things better in this country for ourselves, our neighbors, our friends, our families, and the people we care about. So get involved today. If you need help getting started, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help getting involved with your local Dems. And we have organizing communities for folks who've joined their local Democratic Party and their local DSA. So get involved. We want to hook you up with all the folks who are likewise organizing. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie.
Hashtag dead in a ditch McConnell.
Hashtag is this Mitch dead? All right. Cardstockcaster, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. And yes, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. There we go. We did it. We did it. Made it through a segment, folks. Have I seen the... I have Elder Raven. We're going to talk about it later, hopefully. We have a lot of content to get through, and hopefully we will get to that. Let's actually rope that in here. There we go. All right. Jack, that looks awesome sauce, like that one cool geologist lady. Wait, what? Oh, that look is awesome sauce. Thank you. I appreciate it. Plus, it shows off my arms that I've been working out a little bit. Are you philosophy tube? Nah. God, you guys. So many of you little guys and gals and non-binary pals in chat just losing it because I'm wearing like a chain and like a sleeveless shirt. Little sluts. All right. I love you guys. That was said with all the love in my heart. And all right. Let's dive into this next story, and then we'll get I promise after this we will get to a fun story. All right? We will get to a fun story. All right, here we go. So, folks, I saw a news story on the New York Post today that I found really interesting, specifically because it basically encapsulates the trans woman experience just in the world for like your average trans woman in a way that I think is instructive for those who don't really understand the experience, and also incredibly relatable for those who do. Um, and this story is titled "Trans Woman Says NBC Universal Exec Made Shockingly Indecent Proposal, Reduced Her Hours in Bombshell New Lawsuit." Now, what is interesting here is that this story runs the gamut. It's like everything that you've been told to expect. What you have is like, oh, a trans woman who wasn't out yet gets a job at NBC Universal and is working as, an average employee. Well, she transitions, and suddenly her coworkers are deeply, deeply, deeply weird about it. And they start like trying to like essentially like get her to convert to Christianity so that she can be shamed into going back in the closet. It's really bizarre. Her her coworkers called her an abomination, tried to set up meetings with their pastors, like all this. And what's interesting here is that like the New York Post like spends one paragraph on that and then says the real trouble began in 2022. And like as if being sexually harassed and like religiously objectified isn't bad enough. Like that's a terrible, terrible living experience and work experience. Imagine you had to go to work every day and one or two of your coworkers went out of their way to call you an abomination that shouldn't exist in God's creation and like trying to destroy you specifically. And religious harassment. That's probably a more accurate phrase. Thank you. Now, what is, of course, very disturbing is that after her transition, her supervisor and boss became increasingly inappropriate with her. And the New York Post writes that her supervisor, Charles Woods, allegedly would ask her about her ass and was like, is your ass real, or did you have surgery to get that ass? And despite having her reaction being essentially, not responding to that kind of that kind of remark, she then was subjected to her boss talking about and questioning her genitals, like wanting to know what was in her pants. And like obviously this is totally inappropriate and disgusting. But then he started talking to other coworkers about her and talking about wanting to fuck her ass. And then last year they were on like a company outing at a golf course, and they were in a golf cart together, and she says that this man touched her thighs and talked about how soft they were, and then tried to proposition her for sex. Again, this is her boss. the person who keeps her employed. And I want to also mention that this man was married. And of course, she turned him down. And this then started a campaign of retaliation against her in order to deny her promotions, in order to like degrade her. She was put on menial labor jobs that were beneath the station she had for the job she had. And then at multiple HR investigations, basically glossed over it and said it was fine. It was fine. No, we can't find any evidence, despite the fact that there were multiple employees and coworkers who saw this all transpire. And of course, upon these HR reports, the harassment got worse. And her hours were cut from full-time to part-time. And now she's filing a lawsuit. And so what is interesting to this entire, to me about this entire debacle, is that this is a pattern that plays out time and time and time again for trans people, right? Because it also had her boss, after he was rejected, talking about how, oh, actually, she's a man, and what restroom does she use? And like the sexual harassment and targeting got worse as well. And so all of this is interesting because it is the exact same thing that plays out in so many trans women's DMs. It's insane. Like, the amount of conservative men who slip into trans women's DMs is crazy. I've gotten propositions from people on Instagram who have their goddamn families in their, like, profile picture. Like, this is not uncommon at all. And it is also something that does play out in workspaces time and time again. It is truly gross. And the pattern follows the same basic misogynistic playbook where, you know, people in positions of power and authority use that position to try and get sex from trans people who are often economically disadvantaged and who also know that generally, if they turn down the proposition, they will be targeted for harassment on the basis of their transgender identity. And so it's one of those things where it's like, it's very common for the most vocal transphobes to be some of the people who are most likely to get into our DMs, and some of the people who are most likely to abuse their positions in order to try and satisfy their curiosity about, what would it be like to have sex with a trans woman? It's gross. It's truly gross. There, like, it is the same misogynistic like playbook, but with the added wrinkle of an increased power disparity because trans women have less social power and are more likely to be discriminated against by social systems and be on the receiving end of this. And so I found this story to be interesting in the aspect of it represents a lot of women's experiences.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
It's bigoted curiosity. Well, it is bigoted curiosity, but it is one of those things where they are bigoted and they're curious, but they still refuse to see trans women as people. And the second anyone finds out about their attraction, they vociferously deny it and try to cover up their interest with bigotry. The bigotry is a defense mechanism, you know? We're third-class citizens, right? To these people, we're not even citizens. We're not people to transphobes. They think of us as objects. Objects to abuse, objects to fuck, objects to use every which way. They do not think of us as people. If they're curious, heaven forbid they open their freaking mouth and speak like a sane adult. Yeah, heaven forbid they act like trans women are people and, like, you know, respect our agency, you know? We're just meat. I mean, that is how a lot of these conservative bigots think of trans women. And, like, it's kind of like, oh, I would never do that to you, baby. I love how you are. But, like, the second, like, they're the kinds of people who behind closed doors love trans women and will masturbate to trans women and will pursue trans women for sex. But the second anyone sees them outside with a trans woman, become the most bigoted person in the room. Because they understand the power dynamic and they understand that they would, in some way, lose social standing among their fellow bigots. And I just, this story was so many experiences in a nutshell that, like, I just found it fascinating. I found it fascinating. Like, there are so many people who clearly care about trans women so much and are interested in trans women so much that they will go out of their way repeatedly to come to my stream to, like, try and, like, sexually harass me or be bigoted towards me. And, like, so much of it is a front so that they can feel better about themselves. You know? So much of it comes from this position of, like, well, what? I'm not gay. You're gay. Like, it's truly childish because they've never engaged with questions about their identity. They've never directly engaged with questions about the power dynamics. They've never questioned the justification for any of that. They just move on instinct, and that instinct leads them to terribly bigoted positions. They just want attention. So fucking annoying. True. Oh, the stories I could tell you from here with married Mormons. Yeah. Yeah. Is that supervisor having a shitty marriage? Who gives a fuck? You know? Like, genuinely, who gives a fuck about that guy's marriage? That, like, do you think that his, like, seriously, if you, like, do you think transphobes, like, devoted transphobes who are sexually harassing coworkers, do you think that they have a good marriage at home? No. No, they fucking don't. They're constitutionally incapable of having a good marriage. Like, they're not... Bigots cannot have good marriages because bigotry erodes trust. It erodes relationships. It riddles them through with weaknesses, with mistrust, with fear. And at the same time, this is not just a guy who's your average run-of-the-mill bigot. He's also a guy who's sexually harassing women at work. Like, that kind of guy doesn't have a good marriage, because if they had a good marriage and were were a good person capable of having a good marriage, they wouldn't be doing that. You know? Trans marriage divorce rate is 90%. Okay. I don't give a fuck. Like, just taking that at face value. I don't care. Also, I wonder if we can think of any, like, reason why marriage rates might be like that when it comes to trans people. I wonder. God. What does that even mean? It's just people, like, again, what does that even mean? It means that there are deeply insecure people who hate watch this show and who pop into the chat to say things that are just like, yeah, you can't talk about marriages. Statistically, trans people get a lot of divorces. And it's like, I don't care. Irrelevant. Huh, did you know the trans suicide rate is 48%? Dad, that's terrible. Not relevant here. Except insofar as, hey, maybe trans people being subjected to rampant sexual abuse and harassment at their everyday average working job might have something to do with that. Almost like, I don't know, being a persecuted minority might result in some elevated mental health damage. Who knows? Anyway, again, this is I'm not even going to try and fact check those statistics because it's irrelevant. Why would you hate watch something besides if it was a joke? Because these people need to validate their feelings about, like, they saw a trans person once and they felt a little weird about it, and rather than ask why they felt weird about it, they decided that thing must be destroyed. That's it. It's fucking peasant brain. Like, genuinely, that's it. We need like a peasant brain emote. I think that would do us all a lot of good. We'll workshop it. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about this story. I found it fascinating. I'm gonna link it here in the chat, and also in the description for those of you who watch the not live version of this show. And folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this story in the comments. Let me know if you've had similar experiences. And also, folks, get involved in your local politics. You can pass laws and legislation in your local area to make your community safer for not just trans people, but all people. So get involved today, folks. And if you need help getting started with your local Dems or your local DSA, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. They can help you if you're trying to get involved anywhere in the United States. And we want you to get started because it is vitally important for people all over this great country to get involved so we can systematically make it better and actually improve things. What if instead of just not bad things happening, what if actively good things happened instead? Imagine what we could do in such a world. So folks, get involved today. And last but not least, check out ImagineOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a full restock, 2 new sizes, 1 new color. Go check it out, ImagineOlivia.com, link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. No bad happen, only good happen. Exactly. All right, Chief T Show, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Also, welcome to the Riverboat Chat, Paralyzer. Thanks for making the jump over. Oh, God, it's been a while since I've seen a streamer that engages with hate watchers. If you get big enough, those watchers will be dropping the bucket. Well, the reason we're able to engage with hate watchers now is because we recently expanded to the YouTube verticals.
Yeet the H white name.
Comrade Girl 2018, thank you for gifting a sub to Paralyzer 96. Let's go! Also, just need to add the subs I have not yet added. There we go. Folks, if you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible, and I could not do it without the help of you fine folks. Y'all are the ones who make this possible. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button. Squeakers, squeakers! Thank you for the $5 super chat! Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click Gilbertus Maximus, hello! Hell yeah. But yeah, the reason we have hate comments is because I opened up YouTube verticals for chatting, and the YouTube hate watchers from Vertical are all boomers who are, well, the hate watchers are deeply stupid. You do music? No, that was from the wonderful and esteemed Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know, friend of the show, who makes music for us, and I occasionally commission. We also purveyor of meme music, which is frankly what some of the best in the biz. For example, a classic.
What? Give me the beans! I must have these beans! Beans? Why, I say, young fellow, did you say something about beans? Magical beans? Some mystical legumes? Well, I'll give you 1,000 gold pieces for it. Magic beans!
We do have some goof 'em ups around here. Play that Mimi music, white girl. Those were the original lyrics, you know? God. Yeah, you can call me Jess. I don't know what's going on with links in Twitch chat. They work on my end. They work for other people in Twitch chat, but some people are affected. I don't know why.
So you're saying the bralette has enough space to store Indian flatbread? Hashtag non-tucking.
Damn it, Soccer. You earned that. You earned that hard. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. It hurts so good. Binturong came by to like the vertical stream, but I'm going to get some sleep. See ya, Binturong. Thanks for dropping by just to hit the like button. How many Barbies can you fit into the non-tucking lingerie? We are not restarting Barbie discourse. See ya, Spancom Cat. God. I'm gonna reload Twitch on my end to see if it reloads the link in a way that doesn't work. Otherwise, like, y'all, maybe it's like affecting mobile? No, it's still working on my end. Weird. Naan bread is very good, though. Okay, now let's jump into our next our next segment here. All right. Wait, Barbie discourse. What? You do not want to know. Trust me when I say you do not want to know. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. You do not want to know. fuck, man. Well, now I want to know. Fills me with so much more curiosity.
One Barbie, two Barbie, red Barbie, blue Barbie, all in Imogen Olivia.
The 5 is the goal, but I can do 6, maybe 7. The question was related to how many Barbies one could fit up one's ass, because that was unfortunately the number. This was unfortunately discussed among EMTs extensively due to the prevalence of men shoving Barbies up their asses. Anyway, that you wanted to know, and now you know. There you go. You happy now? Are you happy now knowing how many Barbies fit in some people's asses? I bet you're not. Barbenheimer was the peak of cinema. I will brook no disagreement. Barbenheimer was peak internet culture. This is a 10 out of 10 phenomena. I'm kind of disappointed. Are you? Do you have any idea how big Barbies are? How oddly shaped? How much potential there is for intestinal damage? I don't know. I'm impressed.
5 Barbies walk into an as. The bartender says, "Why the slom face?"
The bartender? Implying there's somebody tending the Barbies in there? I hate this. I hate everything you guys have created here in the span of like 2 minutes. Oh god. I don't know. I don't even remember the circumstances that brought that up, other than I spent too much time scrolling.
Barbie, I can be a proctologist.
Oh, Jesus. Alright, let's move on hastily. Alright. Barbie, that's exactly it, Firecrafted. Barbies don't have flared bases. If you're going to put something up your butt, make sure it has a flared base. Okay? It's vitally important. There's no judgment related to anything you want to put up there, but like, make sure it has a flared base. Otherwise, your body's just gonna suck that shit in. It's gonna get sucked right up there, just like a vent in a pool. All right. Do not do that. Proper sex toys aren't that expensive, guys. Just go to a sex store like normal people. For fuck's sake.
Every day we stray further from God.
It's true, Megan Fox's giant boobs. We do stray further from God. All right. Paul that Jack is passionate about flared bases. How could I not be? Do you guys have any idea how many people go to the ER every year because they just shove shit up their butt? Guys, seriously. Like a butt plug or a dildo, they're like $25. Yeah, I mean, they can get more expensive, but like, get something safe. If you can buy a case of beer, you can buy yourself a cheap thing that's safe for your butt.
Now, what if someone took one of those making kits intended for making a molded from your own but then instead you mold it from a Barbie and give it a flared.
I'm not going to answer that. You know enough about my position to intuit what my response might be, but I am not going to engage in that. Oh, God. Cucumber if you must. No! Go get a flared base! So many permitted terms are being put into our fucking chat filter right now. Alright. So, folks, speaking of flared bases, it's time for us to talk about Lindsey Graham. That joke at the start of the show there is for the live viewers. If you're watching this not live, you won't get it. And frankly, that's for the best. Here's the latest on Lindsey Graham. He's dead. But also his funeral was today. And frankly, it was incredibly, incredibly funny. It was genuinely one of the funniest events in politics in the last couple weeks. Now, first of all, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Second of all, you know, we've all heard the ancient aliens pseudoscience by now. You know, we all love a good solid
Google debunkers.
But we also have to acknowledge that we have yet to see emerge the craziest, you know, pseudoscientific Egypt related argument, which is of course that the Nephilim are real and the obelisks were their original sex toys. You know, not enough people are talking about the ancient dildo hypothesis. You know, many people are overlooking this, but clearly the obelisks of Egypt were designed by the Nephilim to satisfy their dark and satanic urges. So, you know, I'm just introducing this here to will it into being, because honestly, pseudoscience as a community is so cooked right now that might actually get some traction, and it would at the very least make me laugh a little bit harder at the pseudoscientific community. Anyway, we believe in the ancient dildo theory. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Milo Rossi, Google debunked that.
Google debunkers.
Anyway, back to talking about Lindsey Graham, who's dead. Still. I know. Crazy. However, it was a very funny time. Here is Donald Trump trying to eulogize Lindsey Graham.
Heated things got in Washington. Virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, darling. But he was beautiful. Heated things.
goddamn funeral. It's his goddamn funeral. Well, not everybody liked him. You can literally hear him go off script. It's so fucking funny. He was a tough cookie.
But he was beautiful. He did things God.
He was beautiful. Not everyone liked him though. He's kind of an ass. No, he would have loved that. Also, it did get better. It did get better. You guys, it's truly... I am considering making us watch the entire thing. Here's another clip.
Our nation needs more men and women like that.
Who tells a joke at a funeral?
Some people do tell jokes at funerals, but like stopping in the middle of your prepared remarks to basically call the guy who died a piece of shit isn't really a joke. He's not making a joke there. That's what he actually thinks.
Great person sitting.
Here, I'm gonna start this over again.
Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it. Scripture.
I don't really know where he is. Might be up there, might be down there. Who can say?
Tells us that blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial. Our nation needs more men.
Like, I'm sorry. Listen to him pause as he tries to collect his thought to say the word person.
That great person.
That great person. I really mean it. That great person. Like, this is some of the funniest shit I have ever seen. He's pointing at Lindsey Graham's fucking coffin as he's saying this shit. Like, oh god. Like, to give you guys, I need to find the picture. I need to find the picture of him in front of Lindsey Graham's coffin. Where is it? Here. It was genuinely so funny. Oh god. Guys. I'm gonna turn off the music. How is this real? Dog!
It's easier to bow out. It's easier just to go a different way, the path of least resistance. But he stayed the course. Pressed on.
He fell asleep. Guys, he goddamn fell asleep at this man's funeral.
Damn, Lindsay sucked up to this fascist scum just to be trashed at his own funeral. Now.
It's true. It's truly so fucking funny. But we haven't gotten to the funniest part yet. I need, yeah, here it is. Here it is. I found it. I found the image I was looking for. Look at this. He fell asleep right in front of the goddamn coffin. Front row. Front row seats to Snooze Town. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good, guys. It's so good. And we haven't even gotten to the craziest part yet, which is Sean Hannity went to this funeral and gave Donald Trump the sloppiest, like, BJ that Trump has ever received. Check this shit out.
Lindsay, Mr. President, I would argue in my mind, probably has a heavenly version of Mar-a-Lago. It may even be a little bigger. He may have a little more gold in the Oval Office in his mansion in heaven. And I wouldn't be surprised if he added one big, beautiful ballroom and an arch somewhere on the property, because he would want to obviously duplicate his dearest friend in life, you, Mr. President. Lindsay, Mr.
Obviously, Lindsey Graham is definitely in heaven. Definitely the guy who rabidly wanted to bomb civilians in Iran. Definitely made it to heaven. And you know what? Heaven to him looked exactly like Mar-a-Lago, Mr. President. Exactly like one of your resorts. You know, and it had, you know, because it's heaven, maybe a little bit more gold. And, you know, maybe like, you know, he has one of those arches you're trying to build in Washington, D.C. And you know what? We all knew Lindsey Graham, and his best friend was definitely Donald Trump. I just, this entire thing is insane. Like, Republicans are unhinged from reality, and frankly, anyone who believes this shit, and if you have someone in your life who watches this and is like, "No, yeah, no, that was absolutely Lindsey Graham. He's up there in heaven, Lago right now." If any of you have someone in your life who believes this shit, they are letting you know loudly, as loud as they possibly can, that they are a mark. That you can sell them a goddamn bridge to nowhere every day for the rest of their lives. Okay? They are letting you know they are primed for, like, being indoctrinated into a goddamn cult. They're like one bad day away from shaving their head to go join the UFO cult, you know? Like, I'm just like, when we talk about MAGA being a cult, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're, like, genuinely. This guy's out there being like, yeah, heaven looks like Mar-a-Lago. What are you talking about? How? His mansion in heaven?
I sure hope someone ranks my friends for me at my funeral.
Yeah, imagine someone goes to your funeral and starts talking about how, you know, your best friend was actually a guy named Dave who sells timeshares. I bet he's sitting in one of those timeshares right now, up in heaven, with a little bit more time. You know, honestly, everyone should be buying a timeshare right now. Like, this is like that level of crazy. Heaven looks like the reflecting pool. It's true. I'd come back and curse him out. Yeah, like, it is truly unhinged bullshit. Anyway, I'm not going to subject you to the whole thing unless I see a huge outpouring of comments on this video telling me to go through it. But, like, I laughed really hard today at this shit, and I think it's very, very funny. Nobody, like, people say, like, the left hates MAGA or the left hates the GOP.
I am sure they were best friends when Trump doxed Graham on his campaign trail in 2016.
Yeah, remember when Donald Trump was constantly alluding to the fact that Lindsey Graham was gay? Yeah, they were definitely best friends. But, like, seriously, people talk about the left hating MAGA and the left hating the GOP. Nobody hates goddamn members of the GOP like other people in the GOP. Nobody holds a candle to the level of internal self-hatred in the Republican Party. Anyway, if you guys got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment, especially if you want me to cover the full Trump eulogy, because that could genuinely be very funny. All that being said, folks, get involved in your local politics, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and if you need help taking your first steps, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, and, like,
No, I mean,
it's incredible.
in that link I sent, he read out Graham's cell phone number on live television into the whole crowd.
Oh, I know.
Which Trump joked about in the eulogy.
I know. It's crazy.
Republican presidential candidates are changing their cell phone numbers tonight after this.
Lindsey Graham, so he calls me a jackass this morning. And I said to myself, you know...
Also, holy shit, how much he has been degraded.
It's amazing. He doesn't seem like a very bright guy. Okay? He actually probably seems to me not as bright, honestly, as Rick Perry. But today I got called a jackass by this guy. And then I said to myself, hey,
man, his voice is so squeaky.
Hey, didn't this guy call me like 4 years ago? Yes. He called me 4 years ago, 4 years ago. Lindsey Graham, I didn't even know who he was.
He didn't even know who
Trump,
he was.
This is Senator Lindsey Graham. I wonder if it would be possible for you to call Fox. Because, you know, until I ran, I had that little thing which I do just for fun. Fox and Friends are so great. Brian and Steve and Elizabeth, they're great people, right? They're great. And he wanted to know whether or not I could give him a good reference on Fox and Friends, okay? He wanted to know, would I do that? And then, of course, he wanted to know whether or not he could come and see me for some campaign contribution. And he gave me his number, and I found the card. I wrote the number down. I don't know if it's the right number. Let's try it. 202. I don't know. Maybe it's, you know, it's 3-4 years ago, so maybe it's an old number. 202. So, I don't know. Give it a shot.
Hey, YouTube fans.
give it a shot. Genuinely insane shit. Also, this is sped up. It's not sped up. This is just from 11 years ago. God. Yeah, best friend of Lindsey Graham. You know how best friends dox each other? Just little scamps. Oh, God. Everything is stupid. Anyway, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a new color. We got 2 new sizes. There's a full restock. Go check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. And why was his voice so weird? It's because that's what a younger Trump sounds like. He's just 11 years older. And I'm guessing they hyped him up on something, you know? He has deteriorated that much in the years? Yeah, 100%. Anyway, let's keep on going. Woof! We did it, folks! We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. All right. Let's talk about fascism. Actually, first, let's talk a little bit about clicking that goddamn button. That's right, everybody. It's button clicking time. And I believe we are now at 78. There we go. Fascismo, indeed. Folks, If you've been getting anything out of today's show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, click the goddamn buttons because you guys make this show possible. Consider financially supporting the stream. And just a reminder, you guys, like, this show is made possible thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. So let's do it. Almost fell off my treadmill watching there. You gotta be careful.
Go. Click a button. Click a button.
Music is. Thank you very much for the sub.
Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
There we go. I swear after all this is done, Republicans are going to pretend this never happened. And they'll get pissed off whenever we call him on it and Cheddar remind them about it. True. I will never not click a button. Hell yeah. You guys ready? We're gonna talk about this shit. Got a lot to get through here, but I believe in the power of us. My upcoming soul rock album. The obelisks didn't have flared bases per se. That explains what happened to the Nephilim. The flood was just to clean up after. Well, you know, the obelisks didn't have flared bases, which explains why some of the obelisks were broken. They never mastered the flared base technology. Any intention to talk about the Wisconsin governor debate? I would really like to, yes. But we are going to have to get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. Maybe 6?
Because if they don't...
Maybe 6, we'll see. At least 5 segments. And then we will be getting to the Wisconsin debate and the Michigan debate. 6 debates? No! The segments. The aliens who taught them how just didn't need the flared base. And the aliens, much like the, was it the capybara? Had square buttholes. The wombat, that's correct. Thank you for the correction. Which Shimp just mentioned the Massachusetts debate? Nani? What flavor monster is this? This is the Monster Rehab tea and lemonade. It's very delicious. It's just black tea and lemonade and a shit ton of caffeine, which is perfect for me. I also have the peach tea, which I think I'll be drinking tomorrow.
I'm poor, but I can help pay for some taxes.
Thank you.
Consider yourself $5 richer. Keep fighting the good fight.
Hell yeah.
Solidarity to India and student protesters.
True. I really wish... One of the things I would love if I had sufficient time and resources would be to get more up to speed on, like, the politics of India and what's happening there, because there's some, like, crazy shit. I know there's crazy shit going down there, like, all the fucking time. on like a scale like we in America can't even comprehend. And like, you know, Modi's a fucking weaselly little fascist, and like, you know, probably should be more people should be aware of that. But you know, my focus right now is unfucking America. Have I had Mexican Coke? I've never tried Coke. The drug. Watch a Rune Arrow. I don't like this is the problem. I don't have time. Like the problem is my time is dedicated. Like I put on like a 6-hour long show every night. Like I don't have time to do much other than prep this show, get the shit I need to get done IRL done, and like keep on trucking, you know? But they're talking about Mexican Coca-Cola, which is obviously better than American Coke. Oh yeah, I've had that one. It's great. Have I tried the new prebiotic Pepsis? No, I have not. I don't know how interested I am in it. Comrade Girl 2018, thank you for the 500 biddies as well. Very much appreciated. All right. You want to get crazy shits? Drink Monster? I drink Monster and I don't have crazy shits, but maybe that's because I eat a lot of fiber. Mitch was killed by the woke mind virus. It got him, guys. Dr. Fauci unleashed it. All right. Let's do this, folks. Diving into our next segment, which is about why MAGA must be destroyed. And not just MAGA, the entire Republican Party. All right? That is why you're the hardest working woman in the business. Thank you, Ransom Ballard. I do put a lot of effort into this show. All right. Let's do this shit. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep, and thank you for helping to invent the internet and for all you do for the community. And with that, let's do this. So, folks, we need to talk about a fundamental idea, which sounds, I think, extreme, or might sound extreme to a lot of liberals. But I think we have to start like talking about it in a more serious way. And that is that fundamentally, the Republican Party needs to be dismantled. It needs to be broken apart. It needs to be rendered inoperable, and the power bases that it relies upon rendered inert. You know, I titled the stream that I'm recording this from, "The GOP must be destroyed," and MAGA Delenda est. And that's genuinely, I think, where we're at. The GOP has been co-opted as a front for a massive, massive amount of wealth that is all being funneled into radicalization programs, basically to make people fascists and to spread misinformation on purpose. And this is not something that we can just be like, well, we got rid of Donald Trump and that's that. You know, everything gets better, because the fundamental principles that created Trump are still going to be in place. When there is a new president, presumably from the Democratic Party, whether we're talking a liberal or a democratic socialist, there needs to be action that actually renders the GOP unable to function. We need someone in office and a recognition across the Democratic Party that no, Nancy Pelosi, we don't need a strong, vibrant Republican Party. Because, frankly, this is intolerable, right? This is what the GOP is bringing to us every single day and saying, hey, we can't make your lives better, but what if we made them actively worse and racist?
But I'm just thinking about it. This is maybe going to make news because I've never...
God, he's so quiet. Of course. Of course the clip is quiet as hell. That's what I get.
I'm just thinking about now, when they take something over, it's always dirty. The sidewalks are dirty. The people are, I hate to say this, not clean, okay? The curbs are loaded with you-know-what. The smell is terrible. I mean, I see it happening to cities. Blue cities are all blue. They're all blue. We don't have problems with the Republican-run cities, I mean, for the most part. But they're dirty. I said, but I'm...
This man hates America. This is the leader of a party that hates what makes America good. Average, everyday working people who come here and seek to work hard to make a better life for themselves and their loved ones and their communities. He hates that. He hates the idea of people changing their lot in life. He hates the idea of the peasants, the dirty, stinking peasants, being able to rub shoulders in equality with people who have money, people like himself. He hates the very premise of America. And that's why he and people like him seek to effectively bring back a form of slavery for those they deem lesser. Like, it's one of the reasons why, over and over and over again, we don't actually have anything of value being offered by the Republican Party. You know? Like, for example, here's a clip of RFK Jr., right?
Americans no longer trust public health.
That's terrible.
Because they were lied to. And
Americans no longer trust public health, says the guy in charge of goddamn public health. All as, by the way, oh, whoopsie doodle, the Trump administration is ending Medicare drug plan subsidies for the elderly. Your grandma and grandpa are about to start paying so much more money for the prescription drugs they need to live. But no, guys, you don't understand. It's not the GOP's fault that this is happening. This is actually because Anthony Fauci, a guy who holds exactly zero power in the actual administration right now, and hasn't for years, it's all his fault. Which is why Republicans, instead of doing anything meaningful to actually help your Mima and your Peep Pop, instead, they cut funding for the programs that keep them alive and then released Anthony Fauci's diary in some kind of scheme to try and say, hey, Anthony Fauci was the one who made this happen somehow. You know, here's Randy Fine.
Problem. COVID was a serious thing, but people like Anthony Fauci took guesses and said they were certainties. And so many of those guesses turned out to be wrong. And I think he will be remembered incredibly poorly, literally as a historically evil figure.
And and we're not just saying this. You can read it and hear exactly. He knew what he was saying was completely incorrect, especially with the death totals. And like you said, the amount of kids that basically did not go to school, and they will be behind with their education for the rest of their lives. People died alone because of all of this. Again, he is testifying for the Senate on Capitol Hill. Well, anything, do you think, will he be held accountable, I guess, for anything? He was pardoned by the Biden administration.
Well, I don't know that he'll be held accountable by going to jail, but I think he will be held accountable in the history books. You know, problem.
Yeah, he was so evil that no, we aren't going to charge him with any crime, but like people will be real mean about it on Twitter though. Like this is what I mean. Like they are just liars. They are awful liars. And let's just walk through it real quick, right? This is a sitting member of Congress telling lies with the aid of this Newsmax host here.
Poorly, literally as a historically evil figure.
And and we're not just saying this. You can read it and hear exactly. He knew what he was saying was completely incorrect.
No, he didn't. Because this was a new thing when COVID happened. People have the shortest goddamn memories. Nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew its method of transmission. They knew that it was maybe airborne, but for how long? Like where was the virus actually located? In what was it actually how was it being spread? We didn't know at the beginning. And so they had to figure that out. And with the limited options available, Fauci made the recommendations that he thought would be most helpful, using his vast experience with epidemiology. Right? So one can be wrong when you're dealing with a lot of unknowns about a disease we didn't know much about and had no treatment for.
Especially with the death totals. And
with the death totals, guess who was covering up the death totals? Wasn't Anthony Fauci. It was the Trump administration under the order of Donald Trump. He literally is quoted at the time as saying, if the death tolls aren't recorded, then it's actually lower. He literally thought that if fewer cases were recorded by the CDC, fewer people were actually going to be getting sick.
And like you said, the amount of kids that basically did not go to school and they will be behind with
Yeah, those kids didn't go to school because kids can be vectors for COVID. Kids could get sick with COVID and then transmit it to their parents or their elderly caretakers. Like, the problem was having a bunch of people in a space that is confined, and you have an airborne disease that travels on water droplets from your lungs. And so if somebody is sick with COVID and is in a room full of 30 to 40 kids, you are multiplying the opportunities for that virus to spread to a colossal degree. That's why kids stayed home. They didn't stay home because Anthony Fauci was just going, ha 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 ha. We didn't have any treatment for this.
Their education for the rest of their lives. People died alone.
People died alone because we literally didn't know how this was transmitted. And when we knew how it was transmitted, it turns out, yeah, having a bunch of people around a sick person who has a contagious disease makes it more likely for it to spread. This isn't rocket science. We know how diseases work when they're airborne. Like, people died alone because we didn't have treatment options that were available to them, and we didn't have the knowledge base in order to keep people who would like to be around them, their loved ones, safe. Like, this is what the Republican Party offers. It offers nonstop lies. The Newsmax, as an organization, is out there just spreading lies like this. Completely unchecked, completely uncorrected lies. There is no salvaging this. This is a propaganda network built by billionaires in an effort to prop up the Republican Party. This is not sustainable for our society. This is not sustainable for any healthy society or civilization. And not only that, we are in right now one of the worst financial situations in modern history, largely due to what Donald Trump has been doing with tariffs and economic policy and antagonizing our trade partners deliberately, like Canada, one of our major trade partners, or Mexico, one of our major trade partners, and starting a needless war in the Middle East. All of this is creating a situation where literally the most money is being spent on gambling ever. Sports betting is now the biggest industry in America. Bigger than movies, art, museums, music, all entertainment mediums combined. Why is it getting bigger? It's getting bigger because people are getting more and more economically desperate, and economically desperate people are more willing to gamble on the off chance that it provides a way out of their desperation, which in turn means that more and more money gets sucked up by these gambling corporations. It's not a coincidence that all of this is happening under Donald Trump. It's not a coincidence that every single major news network is integrating with the betting markets, like Kalshi, for example. You know, hell, even some supposedly progressive networks are melding with these gambling weirdos.
Live from the Poly Market Studio in LA.
Like, this is truly apocalyptic for our information ecosystems, for our overall economy. And like, on top of that, like, guys, here's the tariffs. Tariffs by year. Net tariff revenue, relatively stable until, we get to Donald Trump here, and suddenly Donald Trump starts putting in tariffs. Biden, a failure, doesn't rescind those tariffs, and then Donald Trump gets into office again. They go way up high, and I want to remind everyone, because I know some Republicans are going to be watching this and being like, liberals, socialists, communists, blah. These are all taxes on the American people. A tariff is a tax on Americans. Americans pay the tax. American companies pay the tax. Earlier this year, do I have the clip teed up? I don't actually have the clip teed up. Damn it. Curses. Maybe I can pull it up real quick here. But Donald Trump, yeah, here it is. Here he is talking with GM, General Motors.
Oh, the fins at the back. I mean, this was really bleeding from a design perspective.
They've come a long way. It's amazing what tariffs will do for General Motors and what the election has done. They're doing great. General Motors is doing fantastically, the best year they've ever had. And I won't get into it, but there's a reason. We've been very good to General Motors. And the rest of the world doesn't love me, but that's okay. It's called America First. Right? It's been amazing.
Mr. President.
It's fantastic. Morgan, she's been with me.
I mean, first of all, he comes across like a doddering old fool here. But number one, I guess number two, because I already said first of all. Number two, Donald Trump, like what you're seeing play out here is fascism, right? You're seeing a corporation cozying up to Donald Trump in an effort to curry favor, in an effort to get preferential treatment, because they know that effectively any kind of democratic check on Donald Trump's corruption is dead at the moment. And when we are investigating this situation, of course, it turns out that he's also lying right in front of them, and they're going along with the lie. And I say that because General Motors posted $1.1 billion in losses last year due to the tariffs that they paid, and that they specifically ate the cost of those tariffs. It cut into their profits. $1.1 billion with a B. And he's sitting there being like, they're having the best year they've ever had. Tee-hee, tee-hee. That's absolutely a fucking lie. So when we're talking about what is the Republican Party offering, it's offering fascism, right? It's offering fascism. And, you know, I know that there are going to be some people who are like, whoa, that sounds a little hyperbolic, Jack. Well, let's take a look at the work of Phil Williams, who, if you guys don't remember, we've actually covered a few times here on the show. Phil Williams is a reporter who specifically has taken an interest in reporting on the activities of different neo-Nazi groups across America. And earlier today, actually, he published a new story on his blog, Hate Comes to Main Street. Neo-Nazi militia inside the fascist fight clubs preparing men for battle. Now, it is quite interesting. He is a reporter for Channel 5 News. And let's just take a look at this report here real quick.
Tonight, News Channel 5 investigates a fascist fight club with tentacles that reach right here in Middle Tennessee.
And extremism experts are now warning these groups are using martial arts to try to recruit new followers.
Young ones, right? As News Channel 5's chief investigative reporter Phil Williams discovered, teen boys have now become their latest targets.
Here at
I will say it's unsurprising that fascists target children, because that's frankly who they're interested in.
Jiu-Jitsu gym in an industrial park near Nashville's Armory Drive, a gym that advertises its family-friendly atmosphere. News Channel 5 investigates had kept watch on the comings and goings of one of the more visible figures in a far-right movement that's raising concerns among those who monitor extremist activity.
My name is Sporty. I'm from Tennessee.
Sporty, as he calls himself in this online video, is Tristan Redke, a licensed EMT working for a Nashville area ambulance service. Redke made headlines 7 years ago while a student at East Tennessee State when he showed up at a Black Lives Matter protest wearing a gorilla suit.
I do want to say, by the way, this is the main kind of person left in MAGA. The kind of person who, like, oh yeah, of course you're the kind of guy who would go to a Black Lives Matter rally and wearing like a gorilla suit, because that's what you think about black people. Like, this is the main core base of MAGA. They're racist, rabidly nationalist, and they're fascists. Full stop. That's why they're in the bag for Donald Trump.
A gorilla suit. Now he's become a player.
Yeah, they are the kinds of guys who watch Fight Club and don't understand it.
In the so-called active club scene, a sort of fascist fight club.
We're ultra-nationalist, far-right, fascist, you know. I mean, I'll lean a little bit into these terms, you know.
Like, also, these guys don't deny it. They're proud of it. They're proud of being Nazis. And this is another reason that the GOP must be systematically dismantled, because they facilitate this kind of guy. They facilitate the creation, the grooming of young people into this kind of man. That's what this is. When you see Newsmax, when you see Fox News, when you see all of these vectors of billionaire thought beamed right into middle America, they are designed to start creating this type of person, this type of mentality. And like, I see a lot of you being like, fucking loser, and like, these guys are losers. Because fascism is a loser's mentality. It is the mentality, the ultimate manifestation of victimhood. Oh, poor me. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. The world has wronged us. We need a big, strong leader to tell us what to do. Only they can save us, because they're losers. They give up their agency to the first authoritarian who comes along.
Movement is headed by this man, Robert Rendo, a white nationalist.
They're losers, but they're also dangers. Yeah. No one ever said losers can't be dangerous.
Who was featured in a recent 60-minute segment, has tried to recast the movement as being about young white men getting fit.
I'm thinking about creating a right-wing podcast that names the Jew.
But behind that image is this image of Rundle violently assaulting a Trump protester at a California rally in 2017. Rundle spent 24 months in federal prison, according to the DOJ.
This is the thing, right? This is who they got. Right? Like, these are the guys who are openly embracing anti-Semitism. They are openly embracing the label of fascism. They are seeking to normalize it. And the bravado that they try to exude to sell their ideology is designed specifically to try and capture children. Right? They are trying to put out a kind of almost brotherly aura in order to capture kids who might otherwise be gravitating towards the red pill movement, or, you know, who might otherwise have found themselves in like a perfectly nice like anime community or a cosplay community, you know, because they're preying on children who are looking for a place to belong, looking for a way that they can fit into the world. And the fascist message is simple. You can fit in, just shut up and stop thinking and hate the right people. Right?
For planning and engaging in riots at political rallies across California. The Active Club founder has called organized fights like these a, quote, tip-off point for a fascist cultural revolution.
And a lot of this is spurred by Donald Trump encouraging violence from his supporters.
He added, every victorious nationalist movement was forged by hardened men who already tasted real danger.
This is not just a national sports club or nationalist sports club. In its essence, it's the strategy to build a neo-Nazi militia.
Alexander Ritzman, a senior advisor with a counter-extremism project, has been studying the Active Club movement for years. He says that in their propaganda, Rendo and his followers liken themselves to Italy's fascist militia known as the Black Shirts, or to
yeah, like when we talk about the brown shirts, when we talk about this kind of thing, these are the kinds of guys whose highest ambition in life is to go door to door and like engage in vigilante action against minorities that they don't like. Trans people, gay people, Jewish people, black people, etc. That's these guys. These guys view that as aspirational.
Adolf Hitler's stormtroopers. So if this is a militia hiding in plain sight, what is...
I guarantee half of them are informants. Does that matter when the administration that they're informing agrees with their positions and will actively act to further their goals?
The battle they're preparing for.
They say we are preparing for the time when a white supremacist leader is worth and in need of protection.
Are you ready? Here in one of their hype videos, Redkey is shown entering a fight in Texas, escorted by Sean Kaufman, head of the Tennessee Active Club. Kaufman has been described by the Stop Anti-Semitism watchdog group as a disturbed neo-Nazi and Holocaust denier with a documented history of violence and a massive cache of firearms. Kaufman is now sitting in jail awaiting trial on a domestic violence charge, his bond revoked after shooting a bird at News Channel 5's camera in open court.
And this is the other thing, right? They have contempt for the news. They have contempt for, the propagation of information that is, inconvenient to them. They try to make it seem like they are the ultimate defenders, the warriors who protect Western civilization. But then they go home and beat their wives and abuse their children. And of course, like, again, their highest aspiration is just to die for the furtherance of, their cause, which is just hating minorities, right? And when you see like teenage neo-Nazis doing suicidal attacks against mosques or synagogues or schools, and then you read their manifesto or you learn more about what radicalized them, guys like this, groups like this, work deliberately to radicalize those school shooters, because they genuinely think their worldview is that we're just this close to like the next race war. We're just this close. We just need the right thing to happen, and suddenly, it'll be every race for itself. And it's truly disgusting.
And here, Red Cake.
But this is what MAGA is. Underneath all of the fucking red hats, this is what they are.
Can be seen competing earlier this year in what was called a Spring Brawl, an event that critics say is designed to prepare men for battle on the streets of America. A group photo from that event, which disguised the faces of those who did not want to be identified, shows someone holding up a flag for a violent neo-Nazi group known as the Hammerskins.
They aren't just exhibitions. They are physically training, as we do in the military, to be able to not just physically, but mentally and emotionally cause physical harm to another human being.
Christopher Goldsmith heads a nonprofit known as Task Force Butler that trains veterans to infiltrate groups that they fear might pose a threat to American democracy.
It is far, far, far easier for a white supremacist to go and
I
to...
think that the next Democratic patient in Congress needs to look at updating the age limit of who can be president, and maybe this could be anodized.
I mean, maybe. I don't think the main problem here is age limits. I think the main problem here is money creating the mechanisms for this radicalization. Because this type of movement doesn't come out of nowhere. It is back. It is funded. The propaganda machines that create guys like this do not arise organically. They are funded by these billionaire types. You've got some billionaires funneling money to like the Daily Wire. You got to these deliberate propaganda outfits, and then you have red pill content that is siphoning up all of this, and all it takes is like a little bit of cash to these guys. All it takes is like the legitimization of their ideas by, the world's richest man, for example, or, a handful of billionaires that are willing to toss a few $1 million around. And like, this is what MAGA is. This is endpoint GOP politics. When you lift up the mask on the GOP, this is what's underneath.
Punch someone in the face, to hit someone with a baseball bat if they've spent a few months punching their friend in the face for practice.
And the active clubs have begun in recent years working with another white nationalist group. Patriot Front wants to turn America into an ethno-state for white people only. Here, Red K poses with Patriot Front leader Thomas Rousseau. And these are scenes from a training facility that the group runs in East Tennessee near Tellico Plains.
Yeah, we talked about this one and this particular... maybe not this exact event, but we did talk about this facility a few months ago.
It's operated by Patriot Front recruiter Ian Michael Elliott. Photos posted by the group show Red K was there for the facility's grand opening. So after unsuccessfully trying to reach him by phone and email...
Hey, Tristan. Phil Williams with News Channel 5. Did you get my message?
Not interested.
We caught up with him outside the gym where we had previously spotted him, hoping to get some idea of his personal motivations.
What are you guys fighting for?
Sorry, man, I'm not answering that question.
Robert Rendo says this is part of a fascist cultural revolution. Are you a fascist? Do you hate democracy?
Sorry, man, no question.
But it's that focus on combat sports and physical fitness that experts say makes gyms like this one prime targets for recruiting activities. In fact, photos posted online show that Patriot Front recruiter Ian Michael Elliott has worked out in this very facility. The concern is such activities could disguise much more sinister motives. After a recent stabbing incident in Belfast involving a Sudanese refugee, mobs of masked white men took to the streets, attacking innocent immigrants, burning immigrant businesses, and torching some of their homes.
Yeah, we also covered this story, and like, you know, you've got masked thugs burning people's homes, trying to storm, you know, homes where kids are inside in an effort to like ethnically cleanse the area. And they're all out there, and like some of the local white people are treating it like it's a goddamn festival, showing up with their kids, laughing at the wreckage. It was truly disgusting.
Online, Robert Rundo's group celebrated the riots, with one post declaring, "White Boy Summer is starting off hot this year." Another recited the white nationalist slogan, "By God, we'll have our home again." Another, "Tomorrow belongs to us."
Also, "By God, we'll have our home again" is the lyrics of a white nationalist country western song that's been popular in these circles for a couple years now. It's also been used by, oddly enough, U.S. government, the U.S. government to communicate, you know, different ethnic cleansing operations engaged in by ICE. So weird at the alignment here.
God will have our home again. Another, "Tomorrow belongs to us." His group even published a post about the OPSEC, operational security, that helped the Northern Ireland mob to avoid arrest. The how-to post carried a disclaimer for educational purposes only. And what worries observers...
Yeah, to be very clear here, they view the violence against immigrants in Belfast to be aspirational.
Even more is that the active clubs are now making a deliberate effort to target teens. The young man in this fight, now an adult, is someone we met 3 years ago at a candidates forum in Franklin, Tennessee. He later sent me this photo showing off his swastika tattoo to taunt me.
What is the danger in allowing these people to work out in your gym? Recruitment.
No way these inbred dipshits know about OPSEC. They absolutely know about OPSEC because they are fucking terrified. Like, they like to front that they are super chill about it, super chill with being identified. They're not. They're terrified.
The main aspect would definitely be recruitment.
And that's why experts say this movement should be viewed as more than just white guys who want to have fun. And to be clear, there is no evidence that Tristan Redke himself has done anything illegal. Still, this movement draws plenty of people with questionable histories, including criminal histories. And it turns out that the Nashville gym you saw in that video just recently changed ownership. Tonight, the new owner tells me that Tristan Redke is now banned from his facility. That new owner told me, quote, "We're inclusive and we've got every color under the rainbow, and every one of them is my brother. There's one tribe and there's one tribe under God." He added, "Things like that don't fly anymore."
Except you know, like the guys who have the swastikas tattooed on them that are at your gym.
As a mom to a teenager and a tween, I think we have to underscore here that these groups are targeting teenagers, kids who are just looking to belong somewhere, and mostly white teens.
That's right. It's become an increasing focus. They typically operate under names like Active Club Youth or Active Youth Clubs, which again sounds like something parents these days might support, getting kids off the sofa and active. But the agenda is they want to get into the heads of these boys and teach them to hate.
They're so impressionable.
Absolutely.
Right. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, Phil, by the way, does incredible work. You know, he's up there with Kyle Clark as one of my favorite American newsmen at the moment. I highly recommend you all read his blog post about his reporting, because he is also just an absolute badass when it comes to doing his on-the-ground reports. And he actually posted this on social media earlier from a Telegram channel reacting to his coverage on Channel 5. Specifically, neo-Nazis freaking out about it. United Youth mentioned alongside the Active Club Network on Channel 5 News tonight. It appears Nazi hunter Phil Williams is working overtime tonight in order to paint United Youth as some kind of grooming operation. These disgusting, senile traitors who pushed this smear campaign are agents of a system that protected and enabled elite pedophile networks, Epstein's Circle being only the most obvious example. United Youth is run by nationalist youth who support the 3.0 movement. 3%. We are not subordinate to anyone else. We are an organic organization. This should make the system rightly quake in their boots. For journalists scum reading this, you have lost the plot. The youth are done with the lies, and we want the entire current system abolished. It's that simple. What is interesting here is that, of course, the youth group is full of grown-ass adult men. You know? It's so weird how they form these youth groups, and it's just grown-ass adult men seeking to indoctrinate and hold power over young teenage boys. That's so strange. Anyway, I wonder why these guys all support Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Who can say? Who can say? Anyway, let's see exactly how the I've seen it referred to as the let them eat racism stance from Donald Trump and his administration. Let's see how that's going over according to the latest YouGov poll. Let's just take a quick gander here. Oh, wait. It's actually down among all age groups, and it is absolutely plummeting to an all-time low among 45-year-olds to 64-year-olds. You know, Gen X out here actually absolutely hating what has happened, falling off the fucking diving board on that one. Whoops. That's crazy. It's almost like being told we're offering you literally nothing.
More leftist communities and hugs. We can't abandon men. Some leftist orgs are anti-men. Men need to hold each other accountable. They need hope.
Man, if you read that, if you went over that part of this segment and you were like, everything's anti-men, so they became Nazis, like, man, that is a woeful interpretation. Like, I by all means, we should be supporting men, we should be supporting women, we should be supporting each other, period. But, like, it's a little disheartening, especially when this segment isn't about all men, but is specifically about the fascist movement of the Republican Party preying on insecurities for men. Right? When we're talking about when we're talking about fascism, and Umberto Eco's 14 Points of Fascism and Fascism talks about this at length, but a lot of what drives fascism is perceived aggrievement from men and the policing among men, right? So what we're actually looking at isn't, oh, leftist communities are anti-men and therefore those men become Nazis. What we're looking at is instead that patriarchy as a system facilitates mentalities within men in order to police the behavior and the expression of men, right? The actual thing oppressing men is the patriarchal systems upheld by these neo-Nazis. When we're talking about them young men looking to belong, they're looking to belong because the patriarchal system they were raised in has certain expectations that systemically they are unable to meet because those conditions rely upon a certain set of economics, right? And so when we're looking at this, it's not like, oh, well, leftists are anti-men, therefore these guys became Nazis. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying fascists are recruiting men and they need, the left need to recruit them too. Sure, but you don't do that by, like, I don't know, capitulating to the same framing that these guys use. You don't fight this type of radicalization by validating the patriarchal structure that is leading to the creation of these groups, right? And that's part of the problem, right? It's one of the reasons why there was such a large backlash against feminism online for such a long time. It's because reactionaries said, oh, feminism, it sounds like feminine, therefore it must be against men, you know? And that's just inane. It's inane bullshit from people who don't know what they're talking about. I will say, the rest of your comment, when I was in PSL, they would not recruit men. Bad leftist groups should be called out. Absolutely. Which is one of the reasons I don't cape for PSL. It's one of the reasons I don't cape for CPUSA. There are bad groups out there, but they are by no means mainstream whatsoever. Right? PSL, not PSO. PlayStation Online. RIP. Anyway. Where was I? Yes. It is worth noting that for all of the attempts for fascists to rally around the flag, as it were, for Donald Trump, literally, we are hitting colossal lows when it comes to every single demographic. He's underwater with white people as a whole. He's underwater with educated white people. He's underwater even with his longtime most solid demographic, white people with no college education. He is now officially dipped under a positive approval rating. He's at -6% when it comes to uneducated white folks. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. The Let 'em Eat Racism Party just cannot survive the colossal dipshittery that is the Republican Party, the colossal scam being run on the American people over and over and over again. They're making your grandma's drugs more expensive for no reason other than to put more money in Elon Musk's pockets. They're robbing you blind. They kicked 1 million people off of Snap to let them starve. They are specifically some of the biggest hypocrites to ever walk the face of the earth. Here's Lauren Boebert. here.
Now, you've spent years holding public worship gatherings in places where faith was supposed to be quiet. What do you believe in this spiritual catalyst for this revival? I don't think Jesus ever called for any Christian to pray only silently or to keep their faith hidden only in the prayer closet.
Right.
Literally, Jesus does talk about that. Literally, Jesus does talk about that and says you shouldn't pray in front of everybody because then you get your full reward then and there for your faith. That's literally something he talked about. These fucking fake-ass dipshits, these scam artists, these charlatans, they are using the aesthetics of faith, they are using the aesthetics of patriotism, and they do not believe a goddamn word that comes out of their mouths. It's truly disgusting. The systems that are enabling the Republican Party to put up candidates like Lauren Boebert time and time again, Donald Trump, nationalism, fascism, that are normalizing this shit, these systems must be destroyed and rendered inoperable. This cannot be allowed to continue. This is unsustainable. Right? And guys, it gets worse. Right? This is from yesterday. Florida Senator Ashley Moody faces renewed scrutiny over her role in Hope Florida scandal. She's been in the United States Senate for 18 months. Right? That's strange. We don't know much about her. Let's take a look here. Yeah, here we go. She won 2 statewide elections in 2018 and 2022 and has her quiet fealty to Ron DeSantis that led to his decision in January of 2025 to appoint her to the Senate to replace Marco Rubio. DeSantis cited several reasons for why he was appointing Moody. That's strange. And then back in 2024, Amendment 3 was a constitutional amendment that would have legalized marijuana, and Amendment 4 was the measure to restore abortion rights in the state. Let's take a quick look here. The Hope Florida scandal. As Florida Attorney General, it was Moody and her office that approved the diversion of $10 million of taxpayer money to the Hope Florida Foundation. And the Attorney General did so without placing any of the safeguards or guardrails her office would typically require to make sure the money was properly spent. Those funds were intended to expand Medicaid for children in Florida, but instead they ended up in the bank accounts of a pair of political action committees, one of which was controlled by the governor and his chief of staff, James Uthmeier. And that was the money that Ron DeSantis used to defeat Amendment 3. Amendment 3 garnered 56% of the vote in November of 2024, just shy of the 60% needed to pass. It is, in fact, because of this, it is entirely arguable that this $10 million that was supposed to go to fucking children who were sick and injured instead went to a political action committee lobbying against marijuana legalization. And how did that happen? Who can say? Who can say? Except that, sure seems like Republicans are constantly doing crimes, constantly doing the kinds of fraud that Republicans accuse Democrats of doing. I just want to point out, this is exactly the same shit that Republicans have been crying about happening in Minnesota. Except in Minnesota, there's not evidence that Tim Walz deliberately took money from Medicaid and funneled it into a super PAC or that he controls in order to further his political ambitions. However, that happened in Florida. Weird that none of the people who constantly talk about fraud, government fraud, aren't talking about this. So strange. Where's the where's the Nicholas Shirley video on this kind of fraud? Weird, we don't see that, Oh, wait. After 2 months after the amendment failed, DeSantis appointed Moody to the United States Senate, and he appointed Uthmeier to replace Moody as Attorney General. Oh, so the Attorney General who approved this $10 million transfer with no oversight whatsoever, that $10 million went missing into a political action committee, got put in the U.S. Senate. And the guy who ran the political action committee, who was also in league with the governor, who also ran that political action committee, got appointed to take her place. Even Republicans in Florida are calling this out for being illegal. This is a misuse of Medicaid money, Republican State Representative Alex Andrade told CBS Miami in August of 2025. This is money laundering. Following the revelations, the state attorney in Leon County opened a grand jury investigation, but no charges were brought because of the probe. But a grand jury did release a report detailing its findings and concerns. It's so crazy that they just had concerns about $10 million that were intended to go to sick and injured kids disappearing into a political action committee. So cool. I'm so glad people in Florida are concerned. The Republican Party is the party of thieves, liars, hypocrites, and, frankly, fascists. It must be dismantled. The systems that allow it to exist must be dismantled. It cannot be allowed to exist as part of our political system. It cannot be allowed to exist. And of course, let's lay one additional point out. This is from Katie Fang, who has been waging a legal battle with Todd Blanche in an effort to get the Epstein files released. And here is a recent video from her. Let's throw this up here.
So not only has Judge Sullivan found, as a matter of fact and a matter of law, that Blanche has violated the Epstein Files Transparency Act, his ability to order Todd Blanche to show up to chambers with the unredacted documents and with proof supporting his claims that these are victims that are having their identification redacted. The order itself also says that the court has, quote, inherent authority to review materials in camera in cases in which sensitive materials may be an issue. The court has inherent authority to review such material ex parte, in camera, as part of its judicial review function. I have faith in Judge Sullivan's ability to be able to weed through the bullshit that Todd Blanche will likely try to shovel. And it's okay if I'm not there. I knew. I mean, was hoping I could be there, but it's okay. Because as of right now, I have an order by way of a preliminary injunction that hasn't been overturned, hasn't been reversed, hasn't been changed or amended in any way, that says that I get the unredacted documents. This is just the sideshow created by Todd Blanche. But let's stay focused on the main event.
Worth noting here that the Trump administration continues to try and hide and cover up for the pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, continues to try and cover up for his accomplices, continues to try and cover up for the people who partook in the sexual abuse. And it's worth noting here, frankly, that MAGA just doesn't give a shit. I guess it's fine to these people and to this movement that has been built into, inseparable from the GOP. It's fine to them to put into power people who sexually abuse children. It's fine. They're okay with it. And honestly, it kind of seems like they're more okay with it. They like it. They view it as a power move. Like, oh yeah, sure, we'll put a pedophile into office. And you know what? We like it because it shows you can't do anything about it. This is not the kind of movement we can conscionably allow to exist in the United States. This is not the kind of political party. This is not the kind of ideology that can be allowed to have formal backing in the form of tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars. This is inherently anti-democratic. It is inherently anathema to our political system. And frankly, I think one of the most obvious reasons this cannot be allowed is because of how it is manifesting here. And that is that we have in office, propped up by tens of millions, hundreds of millions of donor dollars, a doddering old fool who is very specifically doing something every day that is an incredibly illegal act, an attack on the American people themselves. This came out a couple of days ago, and I've honestly still been grappling with it. Trump administration admits canceling grants to states that did not vote for him. What does that mean? What does that look like? That looks like Donald Trump saying that, well, the people who didn't vote for me, if you live in a blue state, we're cutting off billions of dollars in aid. We're not going to put out disaster relief money for you when you get flooded, when you get hit with tornadoes, when you get hit with earthquakes, when you get hit with hurricanes. We are not going to issue disaster relief funds to blue states. We are not going to come to the aid of Americans in need. We are not going to help the people of this country that need helping. And in fact, off of this petty grievance, we aren't even going to fund your healthcare system that relies on federal funds. We're not going to fund any of this, right? And the thing is, and I see it, Billy the Kid, I see, yes, Trump has already threatened this multiple times. It's not the threat. This has already been carried out. This has already happened. What is new about this is that Donald Trump and the Trump administration in court are now admitting that this is the formal policy of the government. The formal policy of the Trump administration, and by extension of the GOP in general, is that half the country should just go fucking die. That's the formalized policy. It is the most anti-American thing possible. It is, frankly, I would consider it treasonous to be going about policy decisions in this way. Though it's not treason on behalf of any foreign power, it's treason on behalf of selling out the American people to capital. Selling out the American people for your own petty grievances. It's just plain wrong. And honestly, I want to bring it all back to this thread by Robert Evans, who, if you're not following, I highly recommend it. Wonderful writer and podcaster. The only I believe this is supposed to be a reasonable attitude for liberals and progressives to align on is that all right-wing grievances, claims, and beliefs are not only false, but malicious lies. Nothing passes the mouth of an American conservative in public life that is not meant to harm and destroy the lives of millions. And guys, this is true. This is true. There isn't one idea that your average Republican holds that, if brought to its logical conclusion, wouldn't entail the destruction of millions of people. There's not one fucking idea that the average conservative has that doesn't entail the immiseration of countless individuals. The Republican Party must be destroyed as a functional political entity, but conservatism itself must be eradicated in any way that resembles its modern existence. There is nothing to save. There is nothing that deserves your respect. I was raised as a conservative by conservatives. Right-wing politics are nothing but a rhetorical game. Played to its end, the game leads to the destruction of organized human life on Earth. If you are conservative and want to salvage something of that ideology, you must also support the eradication of the Republican Party and American conservatism as it presently exists. They are the enemy of small government, human liberty, peace, and thriving. And that's correct. That's correct. Like, genuinely, it's correct. The biggest supporters of the GOP, of MAGA, are billionaires. And those billionaires know that they are getting wealthy off of fossil fuels. They know they're getting wealthy off of the destruction of the environment, the poisoning of our air and water. They know it and they do it anyway because they think, well, I'm going to be dead by the time the bill comes due. You know? The bill will only come due for our children's children's children. So, like, who gives a shit about them, am I right? And if you recognize that as the threat it is to human civilization, you must support the destruction of the GOP. If you acknowledge that our systems of information have been hopelessly captured by capital, then you must support the destruction of the GOP. If you acknowledge that the rhetoric and the ideas being put forward by the GOP entail the destruction of hundreds of thousands of people, of millions of people, the displacement of tens of millions, the enslavement of millions more, then you must be supportive of this of the destruction of the GOP, utterly and completely. This doesn't mean that there aren't going to be folks who are more conservative than others, but this particular political vehicle is hopelessly captured by people who have more money than you can possibly imagine, who have more power than you can possibly imagine. And they are the enemies of all human life. And they will not stop, and they will not rest until we are all enslaved by them. So, one of the things, as we're looking forward into the future, and looking at, 2028, and the presidential elections, and as we're coming into these midterms here in 2026, one of the things we need to consider is whom among the candidates recognizes the monolithic problem in front of us and is willing to do what it takes in order to destroy the mechanisms that have hopelessly captured media institutions and millions of people across the country. That's where we're at. And it's no accident that at this time of national crisis, you are seeing people take to the streets and say, you're basically getting Evelyn Normie lib memes made manifest. Mild-mannered, retired substitute teachers who are going out into the street and saying things that I could never say on my stream. And they voted for like Hillary Clinton in 2016. You're seeing people who voted for like Bill Clinton in the 90s and then didn't vote again for the next like 30, 40 years out here saying shit that would make people blush. You're out there seeing like World War II veterans, at like 100 years old, shakily talking about how this reminds them of like the Nazis. And that they did it once, they'll do it again if they have to. Like, it's no accident that this is happening, because people all over are recognizing that there is a fundamental problem. And what I am encouraging all of you to do is to evaluate this problem in its totality. Not as in, well, Donald Trump is the problem, and if we just get rid of the Republican leadership, and beat them in elections, then everything will be fine again. Because that's not enough. We need to recognize the systemic issue, right? We need to recognize that the system itself gave birth to what the Republican Party is now. And we must reform that system so that that can never happen again. And to do that, we need candidates who recognize the actual goddamn problem. So, all of that being said, folks, get involved today. Get involved in your local Democratic Party. Get involved in your local DSA. Get involved. It is the best offense and defense we have available to us. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Organize with like-minded people. Build that political power. Engage in your political system. Keep your neighbors, your friends, and your families safe. And let's build a movement that's worth a damn, that will dismantle the GOP piece by piece until the actual politics of this country are decided not between the Democrats and the Republicans, but between those on the left who are progressive and those on the right who are liberal. That is what we have to do. And so we got to get to work. If you need help getting involved and taking your first steps, because it can be scary, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. We'll help connect you. We'll help organize. We'll give you tips on how to navigate the sometimes confusing organizational spaces that are there. We have private chats in which you can organize with other people who've joined DSA or joined the Democrats in their local areas. Y'all can mingle together and support one another, share memes, do all that jazz. And that's where we're at. Right? It is not a movement where any one of us is going to make the difference, but it is a movement where all of us working together make the difference. And so each one of us needs to be a piece of our inevitable victory. All that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this. Are you for or against dismantling the GOP? I think it would be an excellent idea. All that being said, if you got anything, click the buttons. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and trans men. It is, sexy, comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. We just got 2 new sizes, a new color, and a full restock. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oof. There we go. I say wipe the whole slate off, start off with ranked choice voting, make adjustments from there. I mean, that is what gravitates a lot of folks towards authoritarianism, because it's easier to just have one executive make that decision than it is to build up the political capital necessary to get it done in a group setting. However, getting it done in the group setting, arriving at that conclusion democratically, is the only way that is sustainable going forward. So, there you go. Well, we did it. We made it through another segment. There you go, folks. Does this channel use any chatbots for managing video or streaming comments? I mean, there's a bot that will respond to chat commands poorly, but not really like an automated bot, as far as I know. Maybe there's something that like YouTube runs in the background, but whew. Well, folks, that was a doozy, and that probably wasn't super fun. So we'll do our best here to keep on going. Howdy, Ford. The bills come due already. Oh, it's gonna continue to come due even more. Y'all ready? We've been going for 2 hours and 41 minutes. If you guys have been enjoying the show so far, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible, and I couldn't do it without you fine folks. Appreciate all of you who have supported the show so far, and we are currently at 282. There we go, folks. If you've been enjoying the show, click that button, throw some subs and donos this way, and click the goddamn button. It's all good, Peace Earth. It happens sometimes. I misunderstood.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
G Papa Zhao, any advice to stop self-destructive behavior? Honestly, my advice for stopping self-destructive behavior is to value yourself more. Build up self-worth. Build up like a capacity to love yourself. Because when you love yourself, you stop trying to destroy yourself. You know? So I would start there. And like, it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to like slip every once in a while. Like, be kind to yourself. Go to therapy. Do the things. You know? The best advice I ever got was from Day 9 of all people. Back when, back before Twitch was a thing. You know, this is me telling on myself. This is another really key piece of advice, which is just fucking do it. Like, you want to get in shape, do it. Like there's literally nothing stopping you. It's just you. Just you want to be better, do it. You want to be friendlier, do it. You want to meet people, do it. It's kind of hard when everyone seems to reject you. Stop placing so much importance on every interaction you have and view it all as practice. View it like you're grinding in a goddamn video game. View it like you are playing Dark Souls and you are just trying to figure out a boss for the first time. Throw yourself out there, and you know what? If it doesn't work out, that's okay. You can try again. Be kind to yourself, but keep fucking trying. Where do you see the conservative hysteria about DSA wins going? Like, do you see a counter-revolution as an option for them? I mean, if they could, they would. The problem is conservatives are losing, right? The problem is their power is descendant. They are not able to do anything about it, otherwise they would. Whatever you do, don't go hollow. Indeed. Executive dysfunction is the actual devil. Pro tip for overcoming executive dysfunction: don't let yourself go pee until you do the thing. You are a normal rat. You can do the thing. I'm 45, have been for almost 20 years. It's just not working, just hurting. That's why I asked for help. The help that I can give you is just continue to practice. Nobody is born just good at socializing. The key to it is just practicing. Like, fuck, I started out as like an asocial, like, little babby trans girl, and like I was scared to go outside, and I practiced going outside and talking with people. I literally did that for years until I got better at it. Like, go outside and like make the most of the minor social interactions you have. It doesn't have to be attaching like a colossal amount of importance and putting yourself out there and your self-worth on the line. It can be as simple as just exchanging pleasantries with somebody who's a cashier at a gas station. It can be as simple as like striking up like a camaraderie with like your local like fast food person, right? Like, it's just like, oh, hey, what's your name? And like getting on like first name terms with people. Practice makes progress. Exactly, Uncle Simran. Exactly. I'm too scared to go outside, Wolfem. Start small. Just go outside without interacting with anybody first. If the interaction is scary, go outside without interacting with people. And eventually you get more comfortable with it, you get more practice in, and then you can do the next step. I'm excellent at socializing. I just don't know how to do that last step or even what it is to make friends. Go to like a social club. There are like hiking groups, there are kite flying groups, there are intramural sports leagues, there are for all different kinds of ages. There are activities out there. Like, join a gaming league, or like there are lots of different options out there for people who are looking to make friends. Go volunteer, go get involved in DSA or your local Democratic Party. Like, get involved with all that other stuff. And like, I have children that need me, then make friends with the children's parents, right? Make friends, like your kids hang out with other kids, presumably. Make friends with their parents. There are always options available to you. When your kid hangs out with like another kid, like, make friends with their parents. I'm basically buddies with everybody I regularly run into. Yeah. Just like make an effort to like treat other people the way you would like to be treated. I can't stand up for myself. I asked a stupid pee. Nani? Treating everything like a video game has helped me. Unironically, if that's what it takes, like, yeah. unironically treat it like grinding in an MMO if like you're starting out at square one, or treat it like grinding in Dark Souls. I mean, John Fallon, the best advice I can give you is to keep trying. The worst thing you can do is give up. Because giving up just says the status quo is okay. Never settle for good enough, always seek to improve. Just don't treat it like Grand Theft Auto. True. True. Keep trying, trying. All right. Folks, also, just want to say shout out to Dead Domain for the raid. Thank you very, very much for the raid, everybody. And folks, go check out Dead Domain. They're wonderful content creator. I think they just did a Jesus MMA video, which you got a few of you have seen me talk about the trailer for The Carpenter, so definitely go check that out if that's live on their channel by now. Folks, do remember, support the stream because you guys make this show possible. Now let's dive into 2028, folks. We got to talk about 2028. It's relevant. Did you watch the Professor Dave takedown of Destiny? Nope, been busy. I'm sorry, when people say just do it, I don't think they realize how disabling depression can be. I literally have diagnosed depression. Shut the fuck up. Like, I have diagnosed depression and generalized anxiety disorder. I'm literally anxious all the damn time. Like, I do realize, in fact, how disabling depression can be. And yet, you must continue to exist. And yet, you must continue to exert effort. So just do it. Do the thing you want to do. Like, do the thing. Okay, Jack, be nice? No. Like, I will not be nice about somebody who is saying it is okay for me to be complacent with being miserable. Like, if you're going through a depression episode, like, yeah, be kind to yourself. It's okay. Don't like be mean to yourself. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, you got diagnosed with depression, so I guess you're fucked. Like, I'm not going to tell you that. If you're coming here to hear that, you came to the wrong goddamn place. Read the whole comment? I did. I literally read the whole comment. You make it sound easy? That's because I've been trying. Trying is a habit. The thing that helps like carve a path through depression is maintaining habits. So when I'm saying keep trying, Catabingo Rising Revengeance, I did. You know what? I will fucking read verbatim everything that I was responding to, specifically. And then if you keep being pedantic, you will be timed out for 24 hours. All right? I will do this, even though it is delaying everything we are doing. I'm sorry, but when people say just do it, I don't think they realize how disabling depression can be. There we go. Okay, Jack, be nice. It's not a contest. I didn't say it was a contest. If I was being as pedantic as you, I would be, even more of an asshole at this moment, but I'm not. All right. Read the whole message. Did. Is that what they're saying, though? They then commented and said, oh, I'm just talking about how difficult it can be. And I'm aware of how difficult it can be. That's the reason I responded the way I did. Because I am aware of how hard it can be. I've literally been on the verge of killing myself. And guess what? I didn't do that. Congratulations, everybody. You get to be enamored by my presence. Wonderful. You make it sound easy. And the reason it seems easier for me is because trying is a habit. Now, what I was saying before Catabingo Rising Revengeance, like an asshole, kept interrupting and being pedantic, was that when you try, it makes it easier to try again. When you try repeatedly and make a habit of trying, it gets easier. So it's like that when it comes to socializing. It is like that when it comes to exercising. It is like that when it comes to a lot of different aspects of your life. Every time you try, you are cultivating your ability to try again. You make it easier to try again. And so if it looks easy, if I make it sound easy, I'm not saying that it's easy. But I am telling you that the way to make it easier is to continue trying. And when you look at me and you're like, oh, well, it seems easy for you, it wasn't easy. I just kept trying. And that doesn't mean I succeed every single time. I still don't succeed every single time. I have to take nights off because I'm depressed. Because I can't, overcome my anxiety. I have limitations. I'm a human being. And yet I still keep showing up to this show, trying to do an impossible task to make this country a better place.
Musical note emoji, come on try a little. Musical note emoji, nothing is forever. Musical note emoji, there's gotta be something better than. Musical note emoji, in the middle. Musical note emoji.
I do my best every goddamn day, and I keep trying. It's not easy. But the alternative is sinking into the swamp of sadness. The alternative is choking to death on the muck and mire like Artax. That's a reference for you millennials and Gen Xers. And I refuse to do that. And so when people are saying, oh, hey, you make it easy, it's not easy. In the same way, me getting up here and telling you guys, hey, we gotta make America socialist, that's not easy either. And yet I keep showing up and telling you guys that's what we gotta do, despite the difficulty, despite the fact that everything is unfair and arrayed against us, and we have to take on billions and billions of dollars in capital aligned specifically to stop people like us. It's not easy to organize. It is not easy, the thing that I ask you guys to do every single day. And yet I still show up, I still make the attempt, and you guys still show up and start making that attempt alongside me. And when enough of us work together and make the pattern of trying our default, it becomes a lot easier. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying it's the only option we've got. So, I'm going to skip everything that was posted in chat and go to right now and resume looking at the chat, because otherwise I run the risk of being infuriated. So there you have it. I had no intention to bring you down. You didn't bring me down. I'm just very passionate about the idea of trying. I'm very passionate about conveying to people the importance of trying. Every single fucking hero and protagonist and aspirational figure you've ever seen in any media is admirable because they kept trying even when it was hard. Even when they had many reasons to turn around and give up. So, it's important to keep trying. It is important to keep trying because the alternative is far worse. Progress, chat, not perfection. Small steps, 100%. Metal Kitty Mom. 100%.
Independent of the valid mini segment, the concept of competitive emotions and an emotional Olympics is very funny in my head.
Sake Tanuki, did you just if you give that pitch to the right Disney executive, you got an Inside Out 3 right there, baby. You cooking with Disney money. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate the financial support. Also, Metal Kitty Mom writes, I have diagnosed PTSD. Jack is correct. Granted, doing the small habits of self-care doesn't make the PTSD go away. That is also true. I do want to be clear.
Courage is not the absence of fear. It is being terrified and taking one step forward anyway.
Absolutely.
Be courageous, my friends. It is hard, but you can do it.
Absolutely. Granted, doing the small habits of self-care doesn't make the PTSD go away, but it does elevate the depressive thoughts and anxiety. I still struggle doing the things of the things of self-love helps. Exactly. Like, this isn't me trying to say that trying or having a mindset of just doing the thing cures depression, because it doesn't.
I
right?
thought courage was a cowardly dog.
I have two sound bites actually. And
you look like a bitch.
Because dogs. Get it? Anyway. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Lady Rain Club, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate y'all. And yeah.
If you're going through hell, keep going.
Thank you for the $5 or 50 knock. I don't know what that is, but thank you very much.
Be safe, traveler. And don't you dare go hollow. Of course I'm gonna do the cliche of quoting Dark Souls.
Absolutely. Like, I found Dark Souls extremely inspirational, to be completely honest. Why do you have a soundbite about urine? I don't think I have a soundbite about urine. What? Wait, maybe... No.
I'm gonna look like a podling who's been fully drained.
I mean, that's maybe the closest I got.
If going through hell, don't stop there. The food sucks.
Yes, true. Oh, it's about... YouTube has an auto-translate thing? Gotcha.
I poured my root beer in a square glass. Now I just have beer.
You know what? You know what? That deserves a...
Perfect.
Well done, Coder Joe. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Norwegian Crone. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, it like, trying doesn't fix all of your problems like magic. It just makes things a little bit easier, you know? I'm glad that made sense, Maiden. And to be clear, not mad at you at all. You good. Trying is the first step. Yeah, trying is the first step to building habit. And habit is the thing that will keep you going even when you don't feel like doing the things.
I've found that the try it for 5 minutes strategy really helps because the lazy mindset I get into is mostly just being adverse to change.
Hell yeah. Well, and also, executive dysfunction is really hard to overcome. And like, if what gets you over getting into an activity is, fine, I'll go and do it for 5 minutes, then like that's an okay thing to like trick your brain into being like successful. You know? Hell yeah, Winby. You can do hard things. I believe in you guys. I missed my depression support group and I haven't eaten today. I'm not good at the trying thing. Well, go get something to eat right now. It's never too late. Never too late. I do not have time tonight, Lady Raincloud, sadly. You can do hard things. And maybe you can't do it today, but you can work on yourself and become capable of doing the hard things. The point is that by the time 5 minutes is over, I feel like I can do the task much easier. Exactly, Jazz Dog. Exactly. The hardest part about executive dysfunction is just starting the task. Whatever trick for your brain that works for you, that gets you started doing the task, 100% worth it. It's just really hard sometimes. I wish talking to people didn't feel like I'm in genuine danger. That's true, T-Life. Like, I understand. The best way to, like, deal with it is by carving out spaces for yourself by practicing that feel safer for you to be yourself. You know?
You can come on here and be social with just totally random people without any problems. What is it because you think we can't see you? You don't know our hacking skills. Nice shirt, by the way.
Thanks. I don't know if you're making a reference to something, though, but I do appreciate the compliment.
I have been dealing with trying even though I didn't feeling like it was a helpful idea. I appreciate the push. Nothing will change without trying. It may not be easy but is worth every attempt.
Yeah. And like, I wasn't trying to be like, I wasn't trying to universalize the advice, but like, I found it to be really useful for myself. Like, just fucking do it was genuinely a useful piece of advice for me like 15 years ago. And like, it allowed me to break out of my shell and be more social. It allowed me to like explore my gender identity, and like it allowed me to like take the steps I needed to build confidence in who I am. And like, obviously that's not going to be what works for everybody, but like, it worked for me. Didn't make it all easier, but trying builds the habit that makes things easier, I guess. Also, Logan Hill, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. Also, I think we're actually at 300. There we go. It's good advice. I agree with it. I'm sitting here thinking I could just go outside and walk for 20 minutes. Am I going to do it, though? Sure, why not? Put us in your pocket. We'll all still be here. All right. I'm working from near agoraphobia out, and it's literally painful. Sometimes just getting the mail, and don't even mention doctor appointments. It sucks, but incremental steps are working. Starting with watering the plants, it turns slowly from pushing the boulder up a steep hill to slowly the grade dropping. Hell yeah, sheepish T-Rex. Wonderful. For me, what works is mostly just thinking of worse things that I made it through fine. If I can make it through an actually terrible thing, almost every day-to-day task is trivial by comparison, disarms that panicky part of my brain. Hell yeah. Love that. That's also true, Petricoroma, because timing is important. Because sometimes you do need rest. Absolutely. Would you condone going for a walk, listening to stream at 1 in the morning? I mean, depends on where you are, depends on your time zone, depends on the safety of, like, walking around at night, you know? Like, it depends on your circumstances, of course. You know, I used to live in a fairly safe place, where, you know, I literally would just walk around my small town at night at all hours, and it was totally fine. Like, the only person I ever stopped to chat with was like a homeless guy who wanted to pet my dog, you know? So it depends on where you live. Your mileage may vary. Femaiden, nah, you good. You good. Sometimes chat needs to talk about doing shit. Yeah, it was with Samus. All right. You guys ready to talk about 2028? You have a doggo? I had a doggo years ago. But she's gone now, sadly. Maybe I'll get another one in the future. But yeah. Had to put her down like a couple years ago. You do have Keeley. We all love Keeley. All right. Y'all ready? Let's do this. Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about 2028 because boy, the speculation engines are revving up into full gear. Again, no one has officially announced that they are going to run in 2028 yet. However, we have a pretty good idea of who's wanting to throw their hat in the ring. And I wanted to cover a few different things that are coming out here. Specifically, let's take a look at first Jon Ossoff, who was previously considered to be kind of a dark horse candidate, but he has been growing in prominence. because a lot of libs are liking the cut of his jib. And that in turn has fueled a rise in his prominence in Georgia. So let's take a look at this real quick.
New polling out of that Peach State shows that Democrats lead in both the Senate and gubernatorial races. In the race for the Senate, the AARP poll of likely voters shows that Democratic incumbent Jon Ossoff has a 9-point lead over his Republican challenger, Congressman Mike Collins. Ossoff also leads Collins by 20 points among independents and by 30 points among voters aged 18 to 49. In the open gubernatorial race, Democrat and former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms edges out billionaire Rick Jackson by 2 points, which is within that poll's margin of error. So that's...
It's worth pointing out, the billionaires are literally trying to run for office on their personal fortunes now. They are still having to fight for their lives because the amount of money they have is not translating into victories anymore. At least at easy victories, anyway. But Jon Ossoff here is running away with the election, in part because he keeps showing up in front of cameras and he keeps posting in such a way that makes people think that's a guy who's going to fight. That is a guy who is going to fight for us if he's elected president. And it's fueling his rise in the Georgia Senate race, which is also good. I do think it is good if Jon Ossoff wins that seat. That being said, he's a bit liberal for my taste. He's a bit moderate for my taste. And that's something that I think we have to keep in mind going forward, because the typical lines along which liberals make decisions when it comes to candidates have kind of started to break down. And I wanted to take a look at this because that breakdown is fueling the rise in prominence for Jon Ossoff, but that breakdown is also fueling a rise to prominence for folks that are typically farther left than what would be considered possible in American politics for a presidential contender. And let's take a quick look here. This is MS Now 3 days ago. They ran this segment. I wanted to take a look at this.
Their new nominee for U.S. Senate, Troy Jackson, the former state Senate president, will face off against five-term Republican Senator Susan Collins. Let's bring in former special assistant to President Biden, Megan Hayes, and former advisor to Speaker John Boehner and founder at Blue Stack Strategies, Maura Gillespie. So welcome, ladies. Good to see you both. And Megan, I'm curious how much of a chance does this give Democrats to unseat Senator Susan Collins after the Graham Plattner episode?
I think we have a great chance of unseating Susan Collins. She's extremely unpopular. She has a 96% voting with Trump record. People are extremely unhappy with her Supreme Court vote for Brett Kavanaugh. So I think that we have a really great chance. I think that we had a better chance than we did when we had Graham Plattner of beating her. So I'm hopeful that Maine's back in play.
Okay, so more Republicans and Senator Collins herself are going to spend big money to hold this seat. Will money rule this race? Can throwing funds her way prevent it from slipping away?
Can we just stop and recognize hey, maybe we shouldn't be supporting the kind of systems behind our politics that lead to that lead to that kind of question even being asked. That shouldn't be a question that is meaningful at all when it comes to deciding who our leadership is. Who can get the most money funneled to them by billionaires is an insane that is a normalized question, right? And yes, Jon Ossoff is a liberal Zionist. In the same way, Brad Lander is also a liberal Zionist, though Brad doesn't take money from AIPAC or anything like that, as far as I know. It's one of the reasons why Jon Ossoff, to me, is a lib that I wouldn't be too keen on seeing win the presidency. But, he's far from the worst contender in the field. Rahm Emanuel! And that's, worth noting. And I'm not talking about here yet who should be president in 2028. I am talking about who is kind of being set up to make a viable attempt to become president. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does.
I mean, she certainly has the war chest to be able to do that. And I do think they're going to point out the chaos of the Graham Plattner situation with Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, really doubling down on him until the very, very end. And so I think they're going to be able to highlight a lot of things and a lot of people who have kind of, just gone along to go along just because they want to win the seat.
Yeah, John Ossoff did vote to suspend arms sales to Israel and has called it a genocide. He's he's far from the worst, but he's also not the best.
And so standing by their politics and their political ambitions as opposed to their moral values and moral compass. So I think she's going to be able to point to that. I do think the money is going to be a big factor, though.
Okay. Well, we've got 101 days to follow this together. Meantime, Megan, we have a New Hampshire University poll which shows New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez with a slight lead over other possible 2028 Democratic candidates. But here's how...
Just take a look at that lineup. I'm sorry. Of this list, if Bernie Sanders isn't running, who does that 6% go to? Right? It goes to AOC. It is likely that Kamala Harris is going to throw her hat in, that Gavin Newsom's going to throw his hat in. Pete Buttigieg absolutely dying to throw his hat in. And Mark Kelly is a little bit more recent, name to emerge to throw his hat in the ring. But that being said, it is extraordinarily noteworthy that AOC is at the top of this list. And I find that very fascinating.
She has talked about her political future. Take a listen.
I don't think that Ro Khanna is going to be running for president, guys. I get the distinct sense that Ro Khanna might be angling for Senate Majority Leader or something, but I don't get the sense that he's ready to try to run for the presidency.
That my ambition is a title or a seat. And my ambition is way bigger than that.
J.D. Vance just said in an interview that he thinks you are going to be the leading Democratic candidate for president in 2028. What's your response to that? I hope he is. That's what I'll say.
There's a big poll today showing that you are the favorite amongst Democrats in 2028.
Well, I feel very deeply flattered and humbled.
Okay, so it's still early, but does the result of this poll surprise you? And how big a deal is Ocasio-Cortez leading more moderate candidates like former Vice President Harris and Governor Gavin Newsom? Is it a reflection of the progressive momentum right now?
I think a lot of it is name ID. I think a lot of it is her popularity within the party. The Democratic Party really wants a fighter. She is someone that has been fighting back on Trump and Republican policy since she's gotten into Congress. So I do think that does say a lot for this poll of where she stands. I'm not sure that this poll will be a precursor to what is to come for 28. I think a lot of those people will start to surpass her when people start actually campaigning. And I'm not actually sure she
What's interesting here is that effectively they're saying what I'm saying, which is that the desire for a fighter is superseding the desire for some kind of moderate, middle of the road, sensible Democrat who's not going to, rock the boat. And I find that very interesting because AOC, out of all of those, she is the only one who is truly willing to actually go toe-to-toe with big money, with Republicans, and with members of her own party who oppose her. I want to remind everyone, she got her start in politics by knocking out Joe Crowley, I believe, who was the second most powerful Democrat in Congress. So, she is familiar with fighting the Democratic Party as well as the Republican Party. And honestly, I think we kind of need someone who's willing to fight both if they need to.
Wants to do it. I could see her more running for Senate. But look, this just shows Democrats want a fighter, and she is out there fighting, and I think that is reflective in this poll.
Like, this is what I find fascinating about what is shaping up right now, and exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about the window of opportunity that is available right now specifically for her. There's literally no one else in the field who is willing to commit ideologically to the fight for workers' rights, for the betterment of the American people, and who might be willing to do what needs to be done in order to reform our political system into something that isn't constantly kowtowing to billionaires, right? And, you know, who better to lead us towards that than like a former bartender from New York City, you know? Like, genuinely, she's one of us, guys. She's one of us. Now, I also want to say it is very meaningful that she seemingly has the support of other major and beloved Democratic figures. You know, Bernie Sanders has been touring the country with her in an effort to pass off the torch to her. She has been working closely with other members of Congress. She has been doing the work to play the game, to build allyship, not just with fellow squad members, but also with more like moderate Democrats. She's been playing the political game, and she's been playing it very well. And so, one of the things that I found really fascinating is this clip from a recent New York Times interview with Zoran Mamdani. Let's take a quick
One
look.
of the people who is rumored to be considering a run for president is obviously Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And there's been reporting that you coordinated with AOC in your New York endorsements. Do you consider that to be a partnership?
Absolutely. I consider it to be a partnership, and I also consider her to be an inspiration. I had the privilege of having been represented by her in Congress before I was the mayor. And I think she has shown what it looks like to fight for working people. And I'm excited to continue to work together because for a long time, politics has been understood as if it is about individuals. And what's so exciting is that at the heart of that partnership is a belief in the collective. And even if you think about the greatest mayor, I would argue, in New York City's history, Fiorello LaGuardia, he could not have achieved what he did without the partnership of FDR. And that dream of having partners is also what drove me to make the decision to endorse those 3 congressional candidates, because you can't fulfill an affordability agenda for the most expensive city in the country without partners at every level of government.
So it's interesting that you mentioned that partnership with FDR. Mm-hmm. Would you endorse AOC for president if she runs? Because that obviously would be a very clear partnership and alliance.
I'm excited to see what decision she makes. In terms of endorsements, the ones that I'm focused on are the ones that I've just made.
I mean, there's been some recent disagreement in the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, your party.
What is a socialist without disagreement?
Yeah, surrounding her endorsement. Do you think you would endorse her independently of your party?
Well, first I would say DSA is an organization,
right.
And my party is the Democratic Party,
okay.
And my organization is DSA,
okay.
And I would say that I'm still very much focused in this year, but I do believe that we all have to take a step back and appreciate what it is that she means to so many across this country, and the reason for it is the work that she has done.
You think she'd make a good president?
I think she would make a good anything. I think she's a great congresswoman. I think no matter what she decides to do, she's going to bring those same qualities to whatever that work is.
I gotta be honest. I look at that and I read someone who is trying to walk a very delicate line because we know who he would support, right? He's not outright supporting her yet. She hasn't even announced. Of course he's not going to do that. But he's basically getting as close as you can possibly get without saying, I endorse her for president, you know? So, all this being said, I find that in particular fascinating. You basically have a coalition of the most popular leftist figures in politics right now coming together behind AOC. And again, we have rumors from within the Democratic Party that she is preparing to possibly run not for Chuck Schumer's seat and a seat in the Senate, but instead for the presidency. And it is, in fact, I think, a unique opportunity for her to run and win the presidency for the left. That being said, of course, this is where it comes in handy that she's willing to fight the Democratic Party itself and the Democratic establishment, because it turns out, yeah, there are a lot of there are a lot of elements now that have kind of migrated into the Democratic Party from the disaffected conservative circles, namely the Bulwark, which is made up of almost entirely neocons who worked for past Republican presidents prior to Trump. The vibes may be exciting, but if Democrats are going to win this year and in 2028, they must reject the DSA. If you are tempted by a Democratic socialist this year, think of what use Republicans will make of these victories and ask whether you want to do favors for fascists. The DSA is a gift to MAGA, or the socialists versus the Democrats. And I do just want to point out here, they're going to call us all communists anyway. They are going to say the worst shit, even if it's not true. They do not care. Right? I played this clip for an earlier segment, but I'm going to play it again because it's relevant.
Over. But I'm just thinking about it. This is maybe going to make news because I've never said it. I'm just thinking about now. When they take something over, it's always dirty. The sidewalks are dirty. The people are, I hate to say this, not clean, okay? The curbs are loaded with you-know-what. The smell is terrible. I mean, I see it happening to cities. Blue cities are all blue. They're all blue. We don't have problems with the Republican-run cities, I mean, for the most part. But they're dirty. I said, but
like, they call Biden a communist. They called the most milquetoast conservative Dems, they call them socialists. They talk about, they're like, Republicans are insane. Capitulating to that narrative already is weak, feckless bullshit. I'm sorry, I just gotta say it how it is. Like, this is weakness. Not only is this weakness, it is deliberately done in an effort to scuttle the left and figures in the left who could win, right? Like, that's what this is, right? Like, they are using the Republican argument to say leftists should not win, but Republicans are going to use that argument anyway. The boy who cried communist, they've cried it too many times. Exactly, Tobin Frost, exactly. It doesn't work anymore. And, like, this is, like, guys, this is who the Democrats are up against. This is their major political driver right now in American politics. This is who, you know, the legacy of whom, the legacy that Democrats have to beat in 2028. Let's just take a quick look here.
The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files, thousands of documents that might otherwise have remained hidden from the public. And despite the president's threat of a lawsuit, the Journal published a story about a provocative letter to Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family had to be relocated. The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One, but the reporters continue to file revelatory stories. Please welcome the winners of the Katharine Graham Award from the Wall Street Journal. Khadija Safdar, Sadie Gurman, Annie Linsky, Josh Dawsey again.
Like, I'm sorry, this guy is grinning like a fool because he's suing the New York Times for reporting they did on Jeffrey Epstein and his pedophile sex ring that implicated him. Like, genuinely, Democrats are completely validated if they wanted to run an entire campaign about how, you know, whether it's Marco Rubio or JD Vance are carrying on the legacy of an Epstein-loving BFF, you know, who covered for child sexual abuse. Like, just plaster his fucking face all over every ad. This is where we're at. Who gives a fuck what these evil, vile people think? Who gives a fuck what pedophile defenders think about the Democratic Party? Screw those guys. They belong in prison.
Alex Leary, Rebecca Ballhaus, and Ryan Barber. Their colleague Joe Palazzolo could not attend tonight.
I don't know if that's copywritten or not. Like, fuck this guy. That's the woman he doxed. Her entire family had to flee her home because of this man. He's like, oh, she won't hug me. Also, I do want to say as a side note, this is why people hate the mainstream media. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this dog and pony show to validate this man's power? You do not have to do that. Like, the best he deserves is like someone walking up and saying, "Go fuck yourself." Like, that's what should be happening. Why did she come to that dinner? Why did anyone come to that dinner? It's embarrassing. When people talk about how they hate the mainstream media, this is exactly why. And like, under a normal presidency, this is meant to be like the press do like get some jabs in at the president. It's like supposed to be good-natured fun that shows the president can take a joke. But like, that's not what this is. You're literally handing out an award for reporting on how this guy was BFFs with a pedophile who ran a pedophile sex ring. Like, stop clapping and laughing for him. This man is literally president because of jokes that Obama made at his White House Correspondents' Dinner. Anyway, yeah, what are Democrats running against right now? Why do they need a fighter? Oh yeah, it's because that man who is just laughing about being reported on as a BFF of Jeffrey Epstein also kicked millions of people off of food stamps. Specifically, more than 1 million goddamn children lost the ability to eat because of Donald Trump. Because of Donald Trump and the entire GOP. Like, these people are evil. Like, there's nothing else you can say. The GOP is just evil. What do you call the political party that is dedicated to starving kids in order to make wealthy people a little bit richer? There's no other word for it. It is just plain and simple evil. Like, usually the real world is shades of gray in some form, but like, frankly, the Republican Party isn't shades of gray evil. They're just out there glorifying in the worst of humanity. And like, let's be clear here.
But just like my presidency, the second time is always better. It's always better. And the third time will be better yet.
This is why people hate the mainstream media. Ha 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 ha! Destroying democracy so you can run a third time. Ha 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 ha! Clap, 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 clap. This is the fucking White Hat's Correspondents' Dinner. These are the media. These are the mainstream media ghouls. What good fun they're having. Despicable. And I do want to say, this is the reason right here, this next bit. You have Democrats aligned against arguably one of the most evil administrations in modern history when it comes to American politics. And then on the other hand, when it comes to moderate Dems, they're okay with it. They're okay with the evil, right? Look at this story here. Politicians want to claw back billions from ICE. Party leaders say not so fast. Even moderate Democrats want at least some guardrails put in place if they win back the House in 2026, Eric Garcia writes. But like, after another wave of deadly shootings by Immigration and Custom Enforcement this month, Democratic members of Congress are once again talking about clawing back money from the agency if they win back control of the House of Representatives in November, but Democratic leadership is not so sure. Earlier this month, ICE agents shot and killed Lorenzo Salgado Arau in Houston and Jean Sebastian Duran Guerrero in Biddeford, Maine. That reignited outrage about the immigration agency after months of back and forth and a partial government shutdown. Now talk of defunding ICE is once again in the conversation. An Economist/YouGov poll showed Americans support abolishing ICE by a margin of 48 to 40%, while 58% say ICE uses too much force. And many Americans are losing their faith in the idea that most or more of the people ICE deports are criminals, with only a quarter of Americans saying so. All this makes ICE's most outspoken critics in Congress eager to shrink the agency's budget. AOC said there are options to rein in ICE should Democrats win back the House, such as clawing back money or withdrawing or withholding other money in the annual appropriations process to force ICE to spend the money down. A lot of different ways to look at it, but we cannot allow this genuinely unacceptable and irresponsible deployment of resources with no accountability to become a new floor. So, AOC here is portrayed as, okay, she's the one who wants to claw the money back. She's the one out there advocating for disempowering ICE. Cool. Let's take a look a little bit farther down. But House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries did not commit to reducing ICE funding. We've made it clear that ICE is completely and totally out of control, that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not to brutalize or kill American citizens or violently target law-abiding immigrants, he told The Independent when asked about reducing ICE funding during the press conference last week. That's not necessarily a commitment to reducing money for ICE. Jeffries seldom makes news during his press conferences and prefers to stay on his talking points. But it does hint that Democrats might use ICE funding as leverage for some safeguards should they take back the House. Which, in turn, means Hakeem Jeffries wants to have continuing to fund ICE on the table as something he's willing to negotiate with when it comes to Republicans. And I gotta tell you, coming from a place in Minnesota where like we had our neighbors shot and killed in the streets like dogs, and we had like roving gangs snatching people from their homes, both American citizens, people who were here legally and undocumented, all alike. This does not fucking fly. The amount of rage in the American people and in the Democratic Party in particular around ICE is difficult to fathom, but this leadership in the Democratic Party is not catching on to how angry people are in real life. And this is one of the reasons why I think moderate Democrats are not up to the fight. They are not up to condemning and facing fully the evil and vile nature of the modern GOP. They are not up to the task of looking at that force for evil in the face and saying we must dismantle the systemic structures that make it possible for this kind of politics to exist in the United States. And that is something that I think people, when it comes to 2028, if AOC is on the ballot, I think are going to be willing to vote for someone who is eager to fight for us rather than for the Democratic Party establishment, who are out there being like, I don't know, should we continue funding masked vigilantes in the streets? Should we continue funding a secret police? It's just so hard. Like, seriously, those people need to go fuck themselves. You don't belong in politics. You are not living up to the moment. And frankly, every passing day makes people in America more angry. I don't know anyone who is in DSA. I don't know anyone who is in their local Democratic Party. I don't know anyone who identifies as liberal who is not getting more angry every day by this administration, but also by the extravagant failure of Democratic Party leadership. We cannot afford more spinelessness. We cannot afford more people who will capitulate at the slightest breeze. I don't know how to stop the right-wing propagandists without stepping on free speech. There needs to be a redefinition of what free speech actually is. I mean, I think what needs to happen is we need to tax the billionaires and the organizations that fund this shit. Right? A lot of the mechanisms that fund far-right media are either religious in nature or funded by billionaires, often both. Tax them into influence, you know? Tax them until they are incapable of funding these media machines. And if necessary, start taking them to court for lies. And I would also say, when we are talking about all of this, that when it comes to members of Congress, laws should be passed to hold members of Congress to a standard of truth. Because one of the things that is destroying America is quite literally members of Congress just going out and fucking lying. That cannot be tolerated. It should not be tolerated. So, we need to tax them. And we need to have punishments related to, spreading false information. There needs to be accountability. Tax billionaires out of existence. Tax corporations so they're paying their fair share. And make them stand actually accountable for their lies. Whether they're in Congress or outside of it. And I do want to say, when I'm talking about how liberals are angry, and I'm talking about this widened opportunity window that is giving rise to AOC topping a lot of these polls for 2028, it is because liberals are angry, right? And one of the reasons I say that is, many of you know, if you've watched the show for a while, that I like Jamel Bowie. He writes for the New York Times. He's one of the few people who works there that I actually like. He has his own YouTube channel, which I would highly recommend, where he talks about American history, and he goes over different, the full context of different comings and goings when it comes to politics over on that channel. I again highly recommend it. It's called, I think it's called This Take, if I'm correct. Takes TM by Jamel Bowie. I like it. But he put out a video 5 days ago that I just want to say, I think indicates how angry liberals are, and that some liberals are recognizing the strategic issues with the spinelessness of modern liberal establishment politicians. And specifically, I say that because he put out a video saying, broke, pack the Supreme Court. Woke, pack all of the courts. And I think that is fascinating. Let's just take a quick look at some of it here, because he's spitting straight fire lately. I think if you have set up a situation where liberals like Jamel Bowie are like talking about radical restructuring of our fundamental systems in America, we're now starting to talk about how angry liberals are well and truly.
I saw yesterday that President Trump confirmed his 50th Article 3 judge of his term, this one to the 6th Circuit Court of Appeals. This is a lifetime appointment, and the guy is 39 years old. 39 years old and seems to be one of the worst chuds imaginable. Anti-birthright citizenship, anti-abortion, anti-trans rights, has a conception of the Constitution that essentially grants no rights to anyone but the right of wealthy men, and wealthy white men in particular, to do as they please, however they please. Perfect embodiment of Trump and everything he stands for. And then I mentioned this guy was 39. 39 years old. He'll be on the bench for decades. And there's obviously a lot more where that comes from. He's confirmed 50 people. One response to this is to say, well, you just have to impeach them all. But impeachment, you have to remember, is a two-step process. You impeach in the House, and then you remove in the Senate, which is the sentence. It takes a simple majority in the House to impeach, and it takes a 2/3 majority in the Senate to remove. And so, sure, you can impeach these people, sure, and that's meaningful, right? It's a sanction. It's saying this person is unacceptable. This particular guy was unqualified, just a toady, a stooge for the president. No reason he should be there. But you're not going to remove them. That's basically implausible. You're not going to get enough Republican votes to do a removal, and the odds of winning 67 seats in the Senate, I mean, that hasn't happened since the 1930s, if I have my political history correct. So,
and now this is correct, right? Like, this is a real problem. How do you actually combat that? Because he's right. Republicans aren't going to go along with it, and it is unlikely that Democrats are going to win a super majority in the Senate. Not impossible, but you know, I wouldn't place any bets on it. Let's put it that way. Like, the solution here calls for something unconventional. And the argument he makes here is that, well, the easiest way forward would just be to pack all of these courts. And I do think that that is potentially one solution. It's also possible that we could get something like new courts created. And this is an idea that I initially got from one of his earlier videos, actually, which is that Congress has the power to create courts and to expand courts. And that power can be utilized in novel ways in order to create, courts that perform oversight of other courts. And I think that, well, that might open like a potential kind of court arms race of kinds. I'm not actually too worried about that. I think that, for example, I don't know how plausible this is, but if we're looking at for some outside of the box thinking, create a court that is empowered by Congress to overturn the Roberts Court decisions from the last several years. Create a court that is dedicated to, cycling through and putting different judges on active cases that effectively then expand the different circuit courts. Or create a court that is in charge of, hey, instead of having impeachment and removal being done by the House and the Senate respectively, create a court that is built to oversee like the adjudication of impeachments instead of sending it to the Senate. Like, there are a bunch of novel ways that a democratically controlled Congress could make some extreme changes to our court system to unfuck what Donald Trump has set up and the Republican Party has set up to be a permanently controlled set of federal circuits. So one of the things we should be thinking about is stuff like that. I do want to hear him make his case for packing all the courts, though.
What do you do? What do you do about all these Trump judges? Here you should take a page from the conversation around the Supreme Court. Now, the case for expanding the Supreme Court in political terms, it's just that the Trump judges, the Republican justices, are engaged in lawless, essentially anti-constitutional behavior, overturning precedents. With embarrassingly thin reasoning, making up
That dog is so goddamn cute, though.
doctrines to get the results that they want. And because removing them is not really feasible, the next best option is just to put more of them on there. Drown them out, essentially. Dilute their influence. And you can take a similar approach with the entire federal judiciary. A thing to remember is that the only thing the Constitution says about the federal judiciary is that there shall be a Supreme Court and such inferior courts as Congress creates. Basically everything about the federal judiciary is structured by congressional statute.
Bingo! Which means it's a lot more malleable than a lot of people think. Which is kind of an exciting prospect if we are facing off with a set of federal circuits that are hopelessly packed with Republicans.
Number of district courts, number of circuit courts, number of judgeships on each circuit court. Everything is structured by Congress. Even much of the Supreme Court is structured by Congress, right? Other than saying that there shall be a Supreme Court and giving some, thin description of what its jurisdiction is, the Constitution doesn't have all that much to say. It used to be that Congress would routinely expand the size of the entire judiciary to keep pace with the population.
Who is this guy? This guy's Jamel Bowie. He's a badass, and I like him. Y'all should pay attention to what he says, because he's a smart cookie. He's not a socialist, though. His main failing is that he's a liberal. And despite that, I really like his outside-the-box thinking when it comes to certain legislative solutions to our current constitutional crisis.
In the same way that it used to be Congress would expand the Supreme Court to keep pace with the number of circuits, number of states, the population. The last major court expansion was in 1979 under Jimmy Carter. I believe the judiciary was expanded by more than a third. Hundreds of new judgeships created, Carter filled most, if not all of them, and many of those judges still sit on the bench. It's a huge part of Carter's overall legacy. Since that expansion, the population of the US has grown by a third. We've got 340 million people, and we're still growing. And there hasn't been much in the way of change in the size of the courts. In fact, the U.S. Judicial Commission, the body responsible for governing the courts and kind of keeping an eye on things, is constantly writing about the fact that actually we need more judges. Caseloads have grown too high. Individual judges have too much work. Cases move too slowly. So how do you...
Which I think is an interesting observation to make, and an excellent framework to make the argument to the American people for expanding the court beyond just we need to destroy Republican influence in our courts. That's kind of where we're at, right? I love him too, but yes, he's very lib establishment, but he's still a real one. Yeah, he's a real one because he understands history. He's very well read on history. He understands the intricacies of American history in a way that I don't, and I find it admirable, the way that he understands and connects the dots. And I find it interesting the ideas he throws out there. Oftentimes, I don't find them to be quite radical enough for my taste, because I think our radical times call for radical solutions, but this is a good one.
You deal with Trump judges in the federal judiciary the same way you deal with them in the Supreme Court. You just drown them out. Any Supreme Court expansion plan should include a plan for the massive expansion of the federal judiciary, expanded by a third in keeping with the overall population. create new circuits if necessary.
I think his dog is a beagle. I might be wrong.
Create new district courts. All of this is within the power of Congress. You can even take those districts and those circuits where Trump judges predominate and split them up, break them up, reassign responsibilities. Congress can't take away a judgeship, but there's nothing in the rulebook that says you can't just assign the judge somewhere else.
And you know, there's nothing in the rulebook that says a dog can't be a judge. Makes you think.
So many Republican plans for political dominance rest on the fact that the system has been static for decades. We have 50 states, we have 100 senators, we have 435 House members, we have 9 Supreme Court justices, so on and so forth. And the fact that things are static, that they haven't changed, means that if you can game the system, if you can lock in an advantage within that static system, then you win. It's hard to dislodge you. Sure, an exogenous shock might do it, but other than that, you're in good shape.
And so, like, the point he's making is, if you can't win inside a static system,
Real dogs fake pause Supreme Court.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Of course. Of course!
Of course!
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But if you can't win in a static system, then make the system less static. There you go. Bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. We did it. That's the solution to our situation. Make it less static. Shake it up. Move it around. Make more courts. Hire more judges. Brilliant, honestly. And I have yet to hear major Democratic voices talking about this as a potential solution. But I feel like it's a pretty elegant one for the issue, for the current time, you know? I think that this is like the path forward when it comes to unfucking the court system. A solid gentleman spitting facts. Yeah, I love Jamel Bowie. I'm gonna link this here so you guys can go and pick his brain on American history. He's a good one. I like him. And also, I get the feeling that, like, perhaps us on the left and us progressives could win him over. I get the feeling that he would respond to a solid argument for socialism. So, that being said, go give him a follow and be normal about it. Don't be weird. Sadly, you're right. I hate to go looking for a fight, but unfortunately Trump broke the Republican Party so badly that it's time to replace it with a new party now. Yeah, unironically. Break the party and break the billionaire power that corrupted it into the state it is now. All that being said, folks, I am excited about the opportunity window that is open in front of us. And I do think that if AOC takes the opportunity to run for president, she stands a very good chance of winning, especially in the current conditions. So, folks, get organized now. Now is the best time to get organized. You can join in with the effort to organize around the midterms, cut your teeth, gain some experience, and then use that when it comes to the fight that is brewing for 2 years from now in 2028. Because that is really going to be the make or break time. When we're talking about where this goes in the future, when we're talking about, whether or not we will slide back into fascism after the next administration after Trump, who decides that is going to be us when it comes to the primaries in 2028 and the general election in 2028. And we need to make sure we get people into office who understand that there needs to be significant structural change of the fundamentals of American political life if we are to avoid a backslide into fascism like how Donald Trump came into office again after Biden. It is, if J.D. Vance is able to become president somehow after this disastrous administration, the amount of damage he can do will make Trump 2 look like child's play. The amount of damage a coordinated, competent fascist could do as the president of the United States is truly incalculable. The only way that we avoid that is getting someone into office from the Democratic Party who is able and willing to combat that problem and maneuver the party and maneuver our political system towards a systemic change that makes it impossible for the way Republicans have been doing politics to continue. Full stop. And that is also going to entail a confrontation with the way the Democratic Party has been doing politics. So we need someone who is willing to fight and wrestle the Democratic Party and fight and defeat the Republican Party. And you guys can be part of that solution. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you don't know where to start, join our Discord and reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. Get involved, folks, because you guys make the difference. And you guys are the ones who will make up the building blocks of a successful movement. Okay? So get involved today. If you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know who you think would be the best presidential candidate in 2028. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a full restock. We got a new color. We got 2 new sizes. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. Oof. We did it, folks. We made it through another segment. And people, we've been going for 4 hours now. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And consider dropping those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because you guys make this show possible. It could not be done without you fine folks. And I appreciate each and every one of you who has supported the show, because you guys make this program continue to run. I don't have sponsors outside of you guys. I don't get paid by the sweet Soros bucks. Literally the only people who allow me to keep doing this show day after day are you fine people. So do consider supporting the stream if you can, and click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Hell yeah, Pixar at home. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the Hell yeah, shimps together strong, folks. Ooh. Also, just gotta say, YouTube chat, you've been getting blown out of the water by riverboat.gg today. You guys getting trounced. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this? Yes! I cannot play this footage because last week tonight will instantly claim it. But, God, this image is fucking funny. It's so goddamn good. Unironically, this could be us. Unironically. We could have dog court. This could be us, but we playing. So good. All right, folks, it's time for us. We are going to cover Wisconsin. We're going to do Wisconsin tonight. I already missed the boat on Michigan the other day, so we're going to do Wisconsin first. Y'all ready? They actually posted that so people could use their own videos for specific court cases. Did they really? Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, cool. So, wait, this is not going to get claimed if I show it. Look at I love it. Incredible stuff. Look at him. Oh, God. Incredible. I like the constant paw rubbing. It's so good. They look like they would do a better job, not gonna lie. True. True. What good boys and girls? True. This is a whole thing that's been going on for a while. I mean, yeah, this footage was posted in 2014. So it's been 12 years. God, time flies. All right. Y'all ready to dive into the Democratic primary debate in Wisconsin for gubernatorial position number 1? Doesn't Wisconsin like cheese? They got a lot of dairy farms, and they make a lot of good cheese, yeah. You ready to get gooby up in here? Ready to put the goober in gubernatorial? They disbanded the court after the Lobster Neil and Gritty mascot joined it? Hell yeah. Guys, are you ready? Are you ready? Zyrose is ready. Sheepish T-Rex is ready. Hell yeah. Sweet Blasphemy is ready. Appreciate y'all. I'm gonna just take a quick look at the number of likes we got going on here. Okay, all right. You guys are doing okay. You guys are doing all right. You got 321 likes. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And you know what? Vertical Chat actually has 53 likes. Well done. Well done, Vertical Chat. Now, let's get into it, shall we? So, folks, we have to talk about the Wisconsin primary gubernatorial debate because that happened earlier today and we are going to watch it. And I want to go into it letting you all know that DSA backed and endorsed candidate Francesca Hong is in the lead in a new poll that came out. And she is absolutely dominating. Let's pull up the... We have the... Yes. A snapshot of the governor primary from the most recent poll available. We've got 44% of Wisconsin Democrats coalescing behind Francesca Hong. Like this is like not even close. Like not even close. DSA racking up W's. And let's hope that all translates into people showing up on primary day because holy moly, that's incredible. This is a plus and -3 variation, even if you gave it a -3 to Francesca's polling here and gave a +3 to the one in second place. You get 18 to 41. Not even close, baby. Even if you did that and gave the don't knows all to David Crowley, you get what, 31? Not close enough. Like Francesca Hong is running away with it. People really like her policies. Let's find out exactly what they like. Let's see her on the debate stage where she is, needs to be a bit more pugilistic to defend her ideas. I'm excited because going into this, all the other primary candidates are going to be gunning for her to get a slice of her support. So let's take a look at how this all played out. Another win in the making for DSA. And I do want to say, shout out and props to the members of this community who stepped up and laid the groundwork for this, right? Because we've been working over the years of this channel's existence to unfuck Wisconsin politics. Because if you remember, multiple years ago, there was an election for the state Supreme Court judge. And it meant the difference between whether or not the state Supreme Court in Wisconsin was controlled by Republicans or Democrats. And we helped organize to win that state judgeship. And that win then allowed maps, the electoral maps, to be redrawn, the district maps to be redrawn in a more equitable and fair way. Because previously, Wisconsin was known as one of the most gerrymandered states in the country. It was horrifically unfair. It was something like you needed to win 60% of the votes if you were a Democrat to win a seat. Not a majority. You had to win an extra 10% in order to win as a Democrat. And so we started this years ago by flipping that Supreme Court seat. And then there was another Supreme Court seat that Elon Musk tried to buy. And he was unsuccessful because of people like you guys organizing in order to keep that seat blue. And now we are in a situation where the DSA-backed candidate, the leftists in Wisconsin have organized sufficiently to make it possible to get a DSA governor. And honestly, I don't know the last time that happened. I don't even know if that has ever happened before. That DSA won a governor seat. but it looks like it's shaping up now. So let's jump into this debate.
We want to just kind of, all right, Rodriguez just dropped out.
5 candidates remain in a fractured Democrat field, just days from the primary to decide who will take on likely Republican nominee Tom Tiffany. Tonight, their first and only televised debate. At a critical juncture in Wisconsin history, former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes.
We've been all across Wisconsin taking the fight directly to Tom Tiffany.
Former Tony Evers cabinet member Joel Brennan.
I am in this race, and I'm committed to continuing in this race because Wisconsin values are at risk.
I do want to say this is one of the most Wisconsin-looking guys I've ever seen in my life.
To continuing in this race because Wisconsin values are at risk.
Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley.
Wisconsin, you deserve a strong Democratic candidate. And that's exactly why I am re-entering this race.
State Representative Francesca Hahn.
I am the only candidate in this race who takes income and power inequality seriously as the most urgent crisis of our times.
State Senator Kelda Roys.
Now is not the time to move backwards and be in more disarray.
And now, live from the campus of Marquette University in downtown Milwaukee, tonight's moderators, WISN 12 Political Director Matt Smith and Upfront co-host, 12 News anchor Jaron Jordan.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. We are live tonight from the Marquette University campus.
We thank our audience across Wisconsin for joining us for the first and only televised debate between the Democratic candidates in the primary for Wisconsin governor. Mandela Barnes, Joel Brennan, David Crowley, Francesca Hahn, and Kelda Roys, we thank you all for being here with us tonight.
The top vote getter in the August primary will take on the likely Republican nominee, Tom Tiffany, in November. With Tony Evers not seeking re-election, it is the first wide-open race for governor since 2010.
Also, Tony Evers has been has been holding the goddamn line. I think he holds like the record for some of the most vetoes certainly in Wisconsin history. He might have the most vetoes in any U.S. state in American history. Don't quote me on that one, but he is because Wisconsin's political status has essentially been Democratic governor, Republican-controlled legislature. Because again, the maps were previously extraordinarily skewed towards Republicans, and it's taking time to elect Democrats as those elections come up in Wisconsin. And as the political situation becomes unfucked in Wisconsin, having a DSA-backed governor is going to matter so much to the legislation that gets passed in Wisconsin. I'm actually, for the first time ever, hopeful about the future of Wisconsin politics in a way that I've never been before. It's exciting.
First tonight, a few ground rules. This is a debate, but we'll be having a conversation. We'll be discussing some of the key issues facing Wisconsin. Candidates are asked to state their positions, stay on topic, and to be concise. The candidates may speak to each other, but we will manage the time on any given topic and move the conversation along if necessary.
At the end, each candidate will make a brief closing statement. It is fair to say that this race has been chaotic over the last few weeks, so let's get right to it.
Mr. Crowley, 3 weeks ago, you dropped out of this race saying you couldn't see a path to victory. 11 days ago, the primary upended when Sarah Rodriguez dropped out, and you made the...
Yeah, Sarah Rodriguez was previously like the main contender for Francesca Hahn. Her dropout essentially clinches it for Francesca Hahn, but it is interesting to see Crowley enter the race again.
Unprecedented move of re-entering the race with an immediate endorsement from Governor Tony Evers. Since then, you have been linked to a social media account that includes offensive posts. You've said you didn't write any of those, and some have accused you of being the latest prop for the Democratic establishment. So, are you, and why should voters now trust your judgment and ability to win?
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having us. But I was never born into the establishment. I was actually born into struggle. I grew up in the 53206 zip code where I had to work extremely hard for everything that I have. And so I'm not here to protect the establishment. I'm here to deliver real results for Wisconsinites all over our states. And, I like to make decisions based off of the data, based off of facts. And we learned ever since that day that a lot of things have changed and we were going off of false data. And so we know that the stakes are too high this upcoming election, and that's why I got back into this race. And I'm honored to not only have the endorsement of Governor Tony Evers, but labor unions and leaders all across this state who believe in my leadership. And I'm looking forward to delivering for all of Wisconsin.
Ms. Hong, you are the Democratic Socialist who is leading in all of the polls, yet some Democrats are attempting to stop you from winning, fearful that you cannot beat Republican Tom Tiffany. Just this weekend, the co-chair of the Democratic Socialist of America, which you are a member, reaffirmed the DSA's position of abolishing the Senate, prisons, and replacing the presidency and the Supreme Court as we know it. Do you fully back the DSA platform, and why should primary voters trust your judgment and your ability to win statewide?
Well, first, thank you so much to the team at WISN.
Also, just real quick.
To win statewide.
Power move to show up in a green suit. Power move. She's the only one who really pops on that stage. I know this lady showed up in a white suit, but white isn't gonna cut it here. She nailed the fashion of the debate. Dapper as hell, best suit on the stage. Let's go.
Well, first, thank you so much to the team at WISN and Marquette University for hosting this important debate. I do not support the full platform of the national DSA, and I'm not endorsed by DSA National. What democratic socialism is a form of government that puts working class people first, that puts work first. The policies that we have been working on, permanent affordability, has broad bipartisan support in every corner of the state. Well, things like fully funding our public schools, ensuring that we are doing right by our kids and cutting property taxes.
That mic is doing her so dirty right now. It's infuriating. And I do have to say, I do think it's a savvy move for her to essentially say, DSA National and Wisconsin DSA, very different entities. Because that's true. It also allows her to basically say, DSA National has nothing to do with this election. This election is for the American people here in Wisconsin.
Taxing the ultra wealthy and mega corporations, ensuring that we can invest in free childcare and that everyone has access to affordable housing.
Oh, and I don't think she's distancing from DSA. She's endorsed by Wisconsin DSA. She's not endorsed by national DSA. And I think that is a meaningful distinction.
And we are the only campaign to support a moratorium on AI data centers, and we have found broad bipartisan support. I am looking forward to helping the Democrats become the big tent party that they've aimed to be for many years.
Mr. Barnes, you were once seen as the clear frontrunner in this race. You previously lost a statewide election for U.S. Senate when the field cleared for you. In fact, last year, the Milwaukee Courier said, "We need a candidate who can unite this state and win." Mandela Barnes already showed us he can't. And Governor Tony Evers recently endorsed David Crowley over you. So why should primary voters now trust you that you can win statewide this time?
Well, thanks so much for the question, and thanks so much for having me. There's not a single person on this stage who's united all shades of blue of the Democratic Party as I have before. Now, that race in 2022, it was the closest U.S. Senate race in the state in over 100 years. It was the closest challenge to any incumbent across the entire country. No incumbent lost statewide. Now, while D.C. insiders like Chuck Schumer didn't see the race as winnable, Republican billionaires certainly did. They spent over $50 million to defeat me, and I only lost by 1 point, 26,000 votes. Now, I can tell you, having been the only person on this stage who's actually won statewide in 2018, when we kicked Scott Walker out of office for good, that race was also decided by 1 point. Now, I've been on both sides of the coin, and you learn a whole lot more.
I do have to say, Mandela Barnes, for my money, would be like a good second to Francesca Hung, but I gotta go with my girl.
when you lose. When you win, you think you did everything right. But when you come up that short, you have a whole lot of time to think about the things that went wrong. You learn about the devastating impact of big money in politics. You also learn about how low Republicans can get. And I can tell you, right now, we have the resources and we have the support to get it done. And on the terms...
Exactly, Petra Karoma. I love that the decentralized nature of DSA means that it's incredibly, incredibly difficult to like buy it off in the same way that Democratic politicians have been. You know, it is incredibly hard, and it's one of the reasons billionaires despise DSA and DSA candidates.
Of Governor Evers, I have zero interest in upholding the status quo. I have zero interest in being the establishment candidate. That is the difference right here on the stage, because I am pushing the envelope to make sure that we are as bold as we can possibly be in the Donald Trump era, because that's what people have been calling for Democrats to be all along, and we have not truly met the moment.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan and Ms. Roys, you are both polling in the single digits and have been since the start of this race. At this point, are primary voters wasting their vote on a vote for you, Mr. Brennan?
Well, here's what I would tell you is I don't think primary voters have been paying much attention until the last 2 weeks and all the upheaval that you have seen. This is what I find when I am going out around the state is that, you know, and this has been verified by polls that was done here by my alma mater at Marquette, because about half the people at this point haven't made a decision, and so that is a lane that's opening up. The challenge that
also maybe we should push for, you know, ranked choice voting. Right, ranked choice voting should be a thing, especially in the Democratic Party. Like if the Democratic Party wants to run primaries, they should be ranked choice, I think.
I have had from day one is not that anybody thinks I'm unqualified for the office. I served as the top appointee to Governor Evers. We created the largest budget surplus in state history. We increased the rainy day fund. We got billions of dollars out to family farms, to small businesses, to renters who needed it during COVID. So all of that stuff.
Wait, though, I wonder why some think DSA should be more centralized. Well, some people think that because they want more control over DSA messaging, so that there isn't like this, well, DSA National said we need to dissolve the Pentagon. And that's just not doable. You know, like they want less messaging that seems pie in the sky or scary to a lot of Americans. They view like the decentralized nature of it to be something that is potentially off-putting or allows for messaging that is unhelpful to proliferate. And like I sympathize with that to a degree, because like it sucks trying to organize when like there are some people in DSA who are more interested in sitting around and like virtue signaling than actually doing shit. But that isn't the majority of what DSA is, and I think the more important aspect is getting people to organize and then securing actual tangible wins, you know?
Puts me in good stead. The challenge I have had is that people don't know me as well as they know some other candidates around the state. And so what I have found in recent days is that
why ranked choice voting over other forms? I would just prefer literally any other form of voting. I've heard good arguments for like star voting, for example, but I don't necessarily want to like explain star voting every single time it comes up because most people aren't familiar with it. So my shorthand argument is, hey, let's do ranked choice voting, something that will allow for multiple candidates to run like this without essentially putting up a situation where like someone's like, well, you're not why are people just throwing away their vote by voting for you? It's like, well, maybe we shouldn't have a voting system that's first past the post in the Democratic Party. Just saying.
Disruption, the upheaval, somebody putting their thumb on the scale, it has gotten people much more engaged and much more interested in this race. And day by day, I am feeling that momentum, and I'm feeling people who want somebody who can beat Tom Tiffany in the fall and who can hit the ground running on day one. And I will put my qualifications on those issues up against anybody in this race.
Mr. Brennan, thank you. Ms. Roys, you are continuing to poll in the single digits as well. At this point, are primary voters wasting their vote on a vote for you?
If you want the best public schools in the nation for your children, if you want to open up the state's health care plan so that everyone can buy in and we can lower costs for all Wisconsinites, if you want a candidate who is going to stand up and fight Donald Trump and bring an end to this authoritarian regime, then you should vote for me. I am the candidate in this race that brings the most experience in and around state government, with 10 years of service in the legislature and the only one who served on the state budget committee. I've also been an executive in the private and nonprofit sectors, and for over 20 years, I've been the candidate that has turned progressive ideas, like the kind that all of us have on this stage, into law. That kind of experience is absolutely essential. And voters need to think about not just who can beat Tom Tiffany, although that is important, not just who can deliver a Democratic legislature, although that is vitally important, but who can actually do the job on day one. And I am proud to have earned by far the most endorsements of any candidate in this race, including the most endorsements in Milwaukee County, the most largest labor union endorsement with WEAC, the state teachers union, and the endorsement of former Lieutenant Governor Barbara Lawton.
Thank you all. Last week, a Madison police officer shot and killed a man. Tonight, the investigation and the protests continue. Governor Tony Evers has called for transparency and accountability and urged for peaceful protests. Ms. Hong, in the hours following the shooting, standing alongside protesters, you said, quote, "The state-sanctioned violence was an execution." Would you make those immediate declarations as governor, even though an investigation had not yet started?
You know, the governor has the largest microphone in the state, and there comes deep responsibility with that. But what we saw in videos and what I had talked to folks who had witnessed that, I think what we saw, it was clearly the type of violence where no one's life should have been taken. My thoughts are with Corey Ruiz and his family, and I hope that the accountability and transparency that both the Governor Evers and I have called for, the independent investigation, the investment in body cameras. We want local governments to be able to invest in public safety, to be serious about public safety, and I plan to be a partner in that.
You have also called to defund and abolish police.
Okay, but what is their position on making Patrick Rothfuss finish and publish Doors of Stone?
God, I literally...
Okay, but what is their position on making...
I literally just went out to a bookstore to look and see if that book was out yet, because I remembered that, like, oh yeah, I hadn't heard from Patrick Rothfuss for a while. Surely it's been like 13 years. The next book has to be out by now. Nope. But I did get the side story about Bast, so I guess that's something.
Before, while saying your ideal world is one without prisons. Would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
No.
Also, like, yeah, in an ideal world, we wouldn't have prisons or police because both are scary, bad things. In an ideal world, we also wouldn't have crime. Or type 2 diabetes.
No.
No. Why not?
The governor cannot defund police, and I'm not here to govern by slogan. I'm here to make sure that I am the governor that is most serious about public safety. And that means investing in the things that we know prevent crime, and getting resources to victims, and ensuring that the people who are incarcerated and the folks who are working in our prisons are able to live a life of dignity and work with dignity. I think it's important that we invest in communities, including our public schools, out of school programs and mental health resources, and attacking the opioid epidemic. These are things that are proven to prevent crime, and this is what will help to make sure that we have a government that is serious about public safety.
Mr. Barnes, you have...
Honestly, that was a great answer. The lightning tree, the narrow road between desires, which is apparently a reimagining of the lightning tree. So I'm excited to read it.
Previously shown support for reducing police funding and abolishing ICE. Following the Madison shooting, you said you were deeply disturbed and pained. Would you sign a bill or budget?
Sounds woke to me. Get her? Yeah, get her into office.
That cuts funding for police departments.
First of all, we should all be very disturbed by what we saw in those images, what we saw in the video. And we should fight as hard as we possibly can as a state, as a people, as a society, to make sure that never happens again. And body cameras, of course, are the norm. It should be the norm. And I wish that the Madison Police Department did have those body cameras. So, of course, I would not sign a budget that reduced funding because obviously that police department needs the funding to have body cameras.
Ms. Roy.
I do hate hearing a bunch of people talking about how we need to give even more money to cops. Like, they got fucking tanks and helicopters, man. We do not need to continue giving them more money.
After the Madison shooting, you said we do not have to accept this as inevitable. We can create a more fair, safe world. Would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
No, but I think we need to actually fund local communities so that we can do evidence-based programs that actually reduce and prevent crime. At the end of the day, I'm a mom and stepmom of 5. I want my kids and every kid to be safe in our communities, and I want law enforcement officers to be safe in our communities. That means that we have to invest in proven strategies that actually do that, unlike what Republicans like Tom Tiffany have done, which is cut funding to local.
What's interesting to me so far is that no one seems to be going after Francesca Hong, which I was expecting a lot more attacks being levied her way. Maybe that will come in later, but every other candidate is at a severe disadvantage compared to her. So I'm expecting there to be like kind of a feeding frenzy that kicks off at some point here, but it hasn't happened yet.
Governments and take away local control so that communities don't have the resources to be able to actually solve these problems effectively. I am really proud, as the only attorney on the stage, to be someone that has fought for and passed criminal justice reforms to make us more safe and more just. I have taken on racial disparities in areas from health to criminal justice. And I believe that Wisconsin can be a place where everyone has the freedom to thrive, but not if we aren't willing to tackle these really tough issues.
Mr. Brennan, after the shooting in Madison, you are also calling for a full DOJ investigation. Would you sign a bill or a budget that cuts funding for police departments?
Of course I wouldn't. And I think, as others have said here, there's been a generation of disinvestment and a broken system between the state, the broken partnership between state and local government. And so we need to make sure that we're robustly funding that. It has been demonstrated, this 115-year-old contract that we have had between state
Who do they think this is for? Funding cops as weak centrist shiz? I mean, this is for, your average Democrat. So, like, a lot of Democrats want more funding to cops, unfortunately, because they're libs.
Local government worked pretty well for the first 80 years, and then the Republicans just turned off the spigot and stopped funding local government. So we need to make sure we do that. On the larger issue of criminal justice reform, we need to look a little bit to our neighbors to the west. In Minnesota, they spend about $215 per capita on criminal justice in that state. They're about the same size. They have about the same crime rate. We have about 3 times as many people incarcerated. In Wisconsin, we spend about $315 per capita on that. As a long-term target.
That's right. Be more like Minnesota. Join us. Become one. Form the Midwest Coalition. We will fight our way to freedom together against these Republicans.
Spending that $600 million difference that they spend on other things in Minnesota, spending those on early childhood, on K-12 education, on other programs in Wisconsin, that would be the kind of investment over the long term that would put us in better stead and keep us from having fewer of these incidents, because they should outrage all of us, but there are ways that we can make a difference on those by spending our money differently.
Mr. Brennan, thank you. Mr. Crowley, without first seeing any video, you said that you were horrified.
Dang, Royce sucks so much. She is polling at like 4%. I was in her volunteer chat spying on the campaign. She was only attacking Hong, astroturfing social media. She has no path to victory and only taking votes from Hong. I posted it online. The campaign is threatening me a bit now. I have a few state politicians telling me Royce has been like that. I mean, to be completely honest here, Royce comes across like that. Like, she comes across like what is on the tin, I guess.
by the reports of the shooting and immediately pointed to other police shootings in Kenosha and Minneapolis. Did you rush to judgment with your comments, and would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
No, I did not rush to judgment with my comments. My thoughts and prayers are not just with Corey and his family and friends, but with the entire Madison community and everybody who's been affected and re-traumatized by this. Again, we have seen these types of incidents happening here locally with Jacob Blake, as well as George Floyd in Minnesota. And so it's extremely important that we have transparency. We cannot defund the police. We should be investing in public safety, and that doesn't mean more money to police officers.
I'm sorry. At some point on this large debate segment, I recommend looking into Roy's and her problems with pretending to be a lesbian when running against Mark Pecan. What? This is the first I heard that she's pretending to be a lesbian. Holy shit.
That's like investing in systems like the community violence interruption. Milwaukee County, we have been a leader in actually helping to reduce violent crime here in Milwaukee County, working directly hand in hand with not just police departments, but also community organizations. And so we have to focus on not just investing upstream, but making sure we wrap around services around families so that they don't have to go down the road of criminality in the first place.
I'm sorry. U.S. Representative Mark Pecan sidestepped questions Monday about whether he thinks fellow Democrat Kelda Roys, a candidate for governor, is honest and authentic, saying she probably regrets a comment she made 7 years ago, wrongly implying that she was gay. Pecan, who is gay, defeated Roys. What? Wisconsin Republican Party has accused Roys of pretending to be gay on a website, attacking her and other Democrats running for governor. It was a bad political calculation she made, Pecan said of her comments at the rally. She made several during the campaign. I'm sure she's had 6 years to think about those things and probably regrets having done that. What comments is he talking about? This article is from 2018. Like, what?
Madison police.
I'm sorry. Wait. She made reference during her parade remarks about her marriage several years earlier to Dan Reed, her current husband, wed in Iowa at a time when same-sex marriage was legal there but not in Wisconsin. According to numerous parade attendees, Roys punctuated her speech by telling a story about how she and her partner had fled Wisconsin to marry in Iowa. This puzzled many of the 500 in attendance, the column continued, as Roy's partner is in fact a man, a fact she never referenced during her speech. The column quotes Katie Belanger, then executive director of the Fair Wisconsin LGBT rights group, as saying Roys was clearly trying to represent herself as a member of the LGBT community. Huh. That's... She said she and her husband didn't flee Iowa to get married, but that they decided they didn't want a marriage certificate from a state that discriminated against same-sex couples in marriage. This is a weird rabbit hole for sure.
Currently do not have police body cameras.
There was apparently a big kerfuffle about her calling her husband her partner, which I don't find to be an issue whatsoever. But like, if you're being vague about it on purpose, and then allowing people to think that you're a lesbian or gay in order to like try and win people over when you're running against a gay candidate as what, like, that is a crazy example of lesbian maxing in the pre-maxing era.
Your hand if, as governor, you would sign legislation requiring all police and sheriff's.
This feels like a non-issue. It's a relative non-issue for sure, but it's still very weird and bizarre.
Departments in Wisconsin to have body cameras.
All of you.
All candidates.
Let's move on to the economy. Tonight, Wisconsinites overwhelmingly say inflation and the cost of living is...
I will say that Mark Pocan saying she probably regrets some comments is extremely diplomatic of him.
Most important issue ahead of this election. The failed tax relief deal negotiated by Governor Tony Evers and Republican leaders would have delivered rebate checks to Wisconsinites, directed money to local schools to lower property taxes, increased special education funding, and eliminated taxes on tips and overtime. It failed in the state Senate. I'd like you to raise your hand if, as governor, you would have signed that deal into law if it passed.
If it passed?
If it passed, would you have signed it into law? 1, Mr. Crowley.
Ms. Royce, you were one of the 15 Democratic senators who helped kill the deal. Why?
Because at the end of the day, my job is to be a responsible steward of taxpayer dollars. And this would have created a $2.9 billion deficit down the road, which our schools and our healthcare system and our local governments cannot afford. It also would have spent the surplus before it had even materialized. Look at what is happening with the economy. When we are spending money that we do not yet have and spending it in ways that do not actually help us solve the long-term problem of getting more money into our public schools, giving property tax relief to property taxpayers, and making sure that we have a more fair, just tax system, all we are doing is throwing that money away on a political gimmick that was frankly cooked up by Robin Vos as he sees the blue wave coming and wanted to do anything that he could to either protect his members from losing their seats and run away from their terrible record on public education, which Tom Tiffany is partially responsible for.
Quickly, that projected deficit factored in zero economic growth. Would you consider zero economic growth? Would that be part of a Roy's administration if you cite that deficit?
I'm looking at having a president who is hell-bent on making things as expensive and challenging for families across the state, and a congressman running for governor who has done nothing but rubber stamp Trump's agenda 100%.
Thank you. Mr. Crowley, you were the only one who raised your hand to sign the deal. Why would you have signed it into law?
Well, I would have signed it into law because we would have gotten a bipartisan deal actually done. I think folks understand here in the state of Wisconsin, when you have divided government, it can be a bit chaotic. Were there things in this bill that I did not like? Absolutely. I love the fact that we were going to give relief to our schools and property tax relief, and there are other things in this bill that I didn't like. At the end of the day, we know that there are many Wisconsin families who are desperate. We should be focusing on how we lift them up and not playing politics. And so I would have signed that bill because that means it would have passed with bipartisanship.
Congressman Tom Tiffany is campaigning on the fact that he would return the entire surplus, he says, to taxpayers. Ms. Hong, would you return the surplus to taxpayers, or how would you spend the projected $2.5 billion?
Those are.
I have to say, these are great questions. They're doing a bang up job of a debate.
The taxpayers' dollars, but investment is what we need, thinking about our shared future, our kids. It is an investment when we invest in public schools and ensuring that we are cutting property taxes but doing right for our kids. Our campaign is about permanent affordability and putting all of those surplus dollars back into taxpayers' money. I think that it would be irresponsible. And the reason why that surplus deal was so problematic is that those who are on fixed income would not have received that check. Folks who are lower income would have received less. I think it's important to think about some of the working class families across our state that deserve real relief, durable relief, and that deal was not it.
We should mention you.
I really like her. I think she's a bit nervous on stage, but like with time, she's gonna develop these skills. And like, I think she's coming across very passionate for working class people.
Did vote against that in the assembly. Quickly, what would you spend the surplus on?
She does look like she's auditioning for Doctor Who. Complimentary.
Public education and healthcare.
Mr. Brennan, would you return it to the taxpayers, or would you spend it, and how would you spend it?
Well, I think Tom Tiffany and the Republicans have already shown their hands about how they'd return it to the taxpayers. There are three sections in the studio audience here tonight. If the poor people and the people on fixed income and Social Security were sitting over here, they would get nothing. The rest of us who are doing okay would get the $300 and $600. And by the way, if you want a stimulating effect, by
when is the primary? August 11th.
Putting money into the economy, you put it in the hands of people who are going to spend it. And so that was part of the deal. The thing that I would have exercised in all of this is caution, because we live in a Trump economy. I put together, as the Secretary of Administration, 2 budgets for Governor Evers, and we need to make sure that we are doing everything possible to be cautious in this time of Trump. The way that I would spend it, one, it would be cautious, but the first thing that I would spend, the first $100 million, which
is Michigan on August 3rd? I think so.
We'll do in January, we'll go into child care and early childhood education. It is a system that is broken. $1 billion of productivity sits on the sidelines every year, especially from women, mainly from women who can't find affordable, accessible, or high-quality child care. It is a K-12 and workforce issue. That's the first place I'd spend $100 million. Then I would restart the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund with another $100 million. Like, those are the types of things that we can do. That's bipartisan effort. Those are bipartisan things that have been successful. The Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund, 90% of us live within a mile of a project that's been enhanced by that over the last 40 years. It's as bipartisan as it gets, and it now, as of July 1, doesn't exist anymore. Those are the types of things that we should be investing in.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes, would you send it back to taxpayers or spend it, and how would you spend it?
Well, let's first talk about how we got here.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Michigan debate yet, but I'm planning on covering it tomorrow.
I don't get the whole boogeyman taxes. Taxes across the board should be up, but benefits for middle and working class Americans should be way up.
100%. 100%. The main reason people are angry about taxes is because they don't see a benefit from paying more in taxes. Like, a lot of people just feel the effect of getting screwed, and then they see wealthy people getting wealthier, and nothing better is actually being done for their community. And, like, that's a tough pill to swallow. It makes people hate taxes. It makes people hate doing their civic duty. And 100%, taxes should be higher on the wealthiest people in society, and, people across the board should pay more in taxes, just generally. But the benefits should be obvious to everyone involved, especially to working class people. 100%. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated.
Now, the reason there is a surplus is because Republicans in the legislature have failed the people of Wisconsin. Our school districts are going to referendum every single year just to keep the lights on. And we also see gaps in healthcare because we are one of 10 states that has yet to expand our Medicaid program under the Affordable Care Act. We are in a world of trouble, and Robin Vos has never been a good negotiating partner. So no, I certainly wouldn't have signed the deal, but the way we give more money back to people, the way we actually return money to folks is by taxing the wealthy, taxing the billionaires, taxing these corporations that have been getting over on us, making money hand over fist while communities continue to starve for resources. This is how we can most effectively return money back to folks. And on the issue of affordability, the best way we can close the affordability gap is to put more money in the pockets of hardworking people. Our minimum wage is still $7.25. Costs have gone up, wages have not. But returning that money to the people, that means making the right investments in public education, making the investments in healthcare, taxing the wealthy, and implementing a working class tax cut for folks who work hard every single day and don't get the benefits that corporations get.
So quickly, what are you doing with the surplus?
Well, with the surplus, like I said, it's just reinvesting back into education. And also now, and also because of Trump's big ugly bill, there's going to be some stresses when it comes to expanding Badger Care, which I still support. It is the right thing to do for us. So many folks are staring down medical debt, medical bankruptcy.
We're going to move on.
Put money into healthcare.
We're going to move on to taxes. We did bring up taxes, so let's move on to taxes. You all, in some degree, have used phrases like making the wealthy pay their fair share and discussed raising taxes on the rich to fund your priorities. Wisconsin already has the second highest top income tax rate in the Midwest at 7.65%. So we want to know what all of you define as rich. So, Mr. Barnes, under your plan, what is the specific specific income level where taxes would go up, and what percentage would that top tax bracket pay?
Yeah, so I think that incomes over $1 million should be taxed a little bit higher, even if it's temporary. The fact is we are in a real crisis right now, and our necessities have not been seeing the resources, have not been seeing the funding. Again, there's no reason these school districts should be going to referendum every single year just to fund basic services. And if we increase that tax rate by less than 1%, 0.9%, 0.8%, we do a great deal to be able to provide much more funding to our school districts.
As a progressive cisgender male, this channel's chat is the most comfortable place I've found on YouTube. Well done, Riverboat Jack. Way to curate your community. Bravo. Thank you. And also, thank you to the mods who keep, a decent control on, the riffraff coming in from just generalized YouTube. Mods doing excellent work. Appreciate each and every one of you.
And also help close the share revenue.
Is that what you're proposing, 0.8 or 0.9%?
Well, I'm saying this is all, I'm happy to negotiate. This is okay. What we need to negotiate, but this is the arena where I'm in right now.
Ms. Hong, the income level that you would raise taxes and how much?
Those who are making the $1,000,001, I think that the billion as well, to increase that to 0.9%. It is incredibly disappointing that some of our lowest income earners are paying a higher tax rate than some of our highest income earners. We need to return to a progressive income tax rate. It is how we build sustainable revenue and ensure that we're able to actually increase our tax base across the state as more working class people are going to be attracted to coming to Wisconsin to live, work, and play here. I think that the legislation that I introduced that would tax the billionaire and add a millionaire tax bracket would lower property taxes by up to 44%, and we could put that funding into special education funding, which we have neglected to actually honor the budget amount, and we must bring that back up to 90% reimbursement.
And the percentage?
I also just want to say, one, I respect the decision to go with flat shoes. I think she's nailing her presentation. I also think that the expressions that she is giving are very communicative on their own. And she's also just spitting straight fire when it comes to her actual policies. Funding special education, and specifically talking about progressive taxation. Yes, girl, let's fucking go.
For those millionaires?
I would increase that by about 1%.
You would increase that to about 8.65.
Correct.
Mr. Crowley, your income level and how much would you tax them?
Well, let's be very clear. It's just not the income tax, but it's also the property taxes that are also extremely high in the state of Wisconsin.
Yep, and we'll talk about that next.
Okay, well, when we talk about income taxes, what we really need to be focusing on is how do we actually fix this system moving forward? What we need to do is take a holistic view of our taxes here in the state of Wisconsin. The last time that we took a holistic view of how we spend our money and bring in revenues was in 1986 when Governor Tommy Thompson was actually governor. And so we need to bring academics. We need to bring labor. We need to bring business owners and community members to the table, and let's actually have a real discussion about the entire system. I don't think that we should be just focusing on how we can increase taxes just particular for certain income earners when we haven't looked at the entire system. When it comes down to those who are making hand over fist, we absolutely need to tax the ultra wealthy, but we need to be smart about how we're doing things long term.
Do you have an income level or a percentage for that?
Well, I think we always got to look at those who are making more than $1 million or more. Absolutely.
And do you know how high you'd like to tax them?
No, I think that we have to look at the entire system holistically.
Ms. Royce, your income level and percentage you would tax them looking to raise taxes.
I agree with my colleagues that anyone who's earning over $1 million a year should pay a slightly higher tax rate. But we also need to look at the corporate tax giveaways that have run rampant over the last 15 years of Republican rule. We have rolled out the red carpet for Foxconn. The AI data center tax breaks are estimated to cost us $2 billion. All that at a time.
It is refreshing to watch a debate where all of the participants understand tax brackets and are relying on their audience to also understand tax brackets, which is not the case in Republican races. or in the general election. It's in fact the opposite. It's just refreshing for the debaters to be assuming competence on the part of people watching.
When we are spending $0 on early childhood education, when our public schools have been starved of resources, jacking up people's property taxes just to help our kids keep teachers in the classroom. So as a small business owner, it offends me that the largest businesses in the state are not only not paying their fair share of taxes, but they're often getting public resources. These are going to big polluters, big corporations, out-of-state corporations. They're not tied to job creation, and we need to not just tax the wealthy, but make sure that big corporations pay their fair share too.
Do you have a specific percentage in mind?
I think it's concurrent with what my colleagues have talked about.
Mr. Brennan.
You're going to find that I have general agreement that people making over $1 million should pay a little bit more, and we could talk about what that is. But I also think that there are other things, the manufacturing and agricultural tax credit, which is generally not paid to farmers and which has continued to increase to the tune of about $400 million. I would like to continue, we're talking about raising taxes on the rich. One of the real successes of Tony Evers is making sure that we have had middle class tax cuts and ensuring that we can continue to do that. Now, the other thing about this, however, is that, I like to win, and we are losing right now to Ohio, we're losing to Michigan, we're losing to Minnesota when it comes to economic development. And so if we're truly going to get to the Wisconsin that we need, if we're going to increase our population, if we're going to increase what we're getting out of our government, it's going to come from economic growth. And I think we need to make sure that we are aggressive in those things. You don't need to tell me about Foxconn. I spent the first year of the Evers administration trying to figure out how do we get out of that $3 million obligation. Ultimately, we brought that down to $80 million, and we were able to invest and treat them like virtually every other company, and then be able to invest in Main Street businesses. So this is not just about how do we raise revenue, it's how do we raise revenue by taxes.
Yeah, it is interesting, Petra Karoma. I thought this was going to be a lot more a tax on Hong, but they are being incredibly respectful and actually just engaging directly with the questions they're being asked, which is very interesting. I like it. This is my ideal kind of debate where candidates are just talking about their policies.
It's how do we raise revenue through growth and making sure that we are growing our own and investing in economic development in our state.
Real quick before we move on, what if all the millionaires leave the state and go to a state near us that has a flat tax rate or a lower tax rate? Then all of these plans collapse, correct?
I think that's why that's why this needs to be a holistic strategy. There's a whole bunch of ways in which people don't trust government and don't trust Democrats, and we better be in a position where we can demonstrate to them that when we're spending these things, they're also getting some benefit on it. So if all we're talking about is raising taxes, and if this is all going to be about how do we make sure that we are doing that to people, penalizing, if it's just going to be penalties, then we are going to start to lose. We need to make sure we're growing with everybody.
Ms. Hong, do they leave the state?
Discussing that hypothetical is a little bit I'm confused about that. Okay. However, let's look at all the other policies that we have talked about that we have been fighting for with our campaign. When there is free childcare, when there is fully funded public schools, when we see some of these corporate loopholes and corporate welfare come to an end, when we have investment in rural roads, when there's legalization of cannabis, I think that we can improve the quality of life for millionaires and ensure that they too will be able to live, work, and thrive here in our state.
Let's talk about property taxes.
This past year, Wisconsinites saw the highest property tax increase in 3 decades. School property tax levies increased on average nearly 8%. Raise your hand if you as governor would commit to an across-the-board property tax decrease. All candidates agreeing to a across-the-board property tax decrease. We'll start with you, Mr. Barnes. How would you make that happen?
Well, first of all, we have to get school funding off of the property tax rolls. That's the biggest thing. The reason we have seen these historic property tax increases is, again, because communities all across the state of Wisconsin have voted to raise their own property taxes just to keep the doors open. It is a very irresponsible way to fund education, to fund our future, to prioritize our children. When I talked about Robin Vos not being a good negotiating partner, when I talked about the priorities in Wisconsin missing the mark, this is how we end up with a surplus, because our schools don't have the funding and the resources that they need. So what we need to immediately do is get to the state's constitutional commitment of 2/3 funding. We have to make sure our schools are fully funded. When our schools are fully funded, that burden doesn't fall on the property tax rolls. And then gradually over time, we'll be able to decrease property taxes.
We are there right now at 2/3 roughly?
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Mr. Brennan, how do you make an across-the-board property tax increase happen?
It was mentioned.
I gotta say, Mandela Barnes comes across as somebody who is incredibly competent, but as he talks, the policies that he's putting out there are limp, to say the least.
A little bit by Mandela, but this spring, when we all celebrated Chris Taylor's win, that same night, 72 school districts went to referendum, 60 of them for operations.
Yeah, he's all libbed up. It's not a good look.
Just to keep the lights on, not to build a new middle school, not to build a new science classroom. That is as big a condemnation as we can get in Wisconsin. And so I would immediately scrap that funding formula, which is under lawsuit right now, but it's probably going to take 3 years for that to work its way through the courts. Our kids don't have 3 more years to wait. I would create a child-centric formula where every kid has value regardless of where you live. You add on for special needs. You add on for urban, rural poverty. You add on for English language learners. Like, that's how most other states have done this. And if you do that and you recommit to that 2/3 from the state, immediately that brings down property taxes for people, and it gives kids and teachers and parents what they need in the classroom. This is where we have failed. The school funding formula has been around since 1993. It didn't work then, and it doesn't work now. So that's the first thing that we've got to do that would meet the needs of kids, but stop pitting property taxpayers against kids.
Ms. Hong, how do you bring property taxes?
I mean, I do, as that guy talks more, I do like his ideas a bit more. Like, I don't think he's got a shot of winning, but like, you know, for a guy who's polling at 1%, he's talking pretty all right.
Down across the board.
As I mentioned, that we have already introduced legislation that would add a tax to the millionaire and increase the millionaire tax bracket as well as a billionaire tax. This would help us fund special education while lowering property taxes by up to 44%. It is essential.
Oh, wait, holy shit. I missed that part if she mentioned that earlier. Like, honestly, what's brilliant about her proposal here is, pit property owners against the millionaires and billionaires. Like do that. Oh, hey, sweet. If we pass this legislation that makes millionaires and billionaires pay slightly more in taxes, we can lower property taxes by 44%. Okay. Every property owner in the state of Wisconsin aligns themselves against the millionaires and billionaires. That's good. That's just savvy politics right there.
That we return to 2/3 funding and make sure that we are bringing a responsible end to the voucher program. This is a program that currently the state is spending over $1.2 billion. And I think that it is not just public school funding that is raising property taxes. Robin Vos and the Republican-led legislature has been decreasing shared revenue, and it is a deep inadequate funding for our local governments. And they too have had to go to referenda, and many are increasing property taxes. So increasing the levy.
It's actually my favorite shade of green, so I'm a little bit biased about her suit, but like she's pulling it off, you know?
And giving our local governments the ability to raise more revenue. I think that this is how we're going to make sure that communities can invest in the things and the programs that they absolutely deserve.
And we're going to get to education and vouchers here.
To raise everybody's blood pressure and get people into smaller, more European fuel-efficient cars, how about taxing petrol/gas like EU countries do? Well, we do tax gas. That's what funds our roadways, generally speaking. And 2, the main problem is, unlike in Europe, where most people have options to get to work, like public transit and trains and all that jazz, in America, people don't really have an option. So like what winds up happening is like you either drive or you just have to move. And especially if you live outside of the cities, like there's literally no public transit. So, that's the difficulty there when it comes to taxing gas. Mostly, we would be able to transition to like more taxes on gas if we had the infrastructure to support like public transit. And like I really really wish we had that. But we need to bring back goddamn trains first, and that's a whole like $1 trillion infrastructure project right there.
In just a second, Ms. Royso, I do want to ask about property taxes. How do you bring property taxes down across the board?
The most important thing that we can do is appropriately fund our local governments and our public schools.
And I will say, I just as an FYI, I got into a whole conversation with my partner over the weekend about
Not all
this.
cars use gas either. It would be a roadware tax
True.
and would likely end up making all U.S. ground shipping go by rail until last mile, as it should.
That's also true. But I was talking to my partner about this because I also Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And thank you for helping to support the show. Invaluable amount of support. Very much appreciated. But I was talking with my partner about this over the weekend, and one of my pet interests is, as many people in chat know, ekranoplans. And specifically ground effect vehicles in general. But my pitch would be to transition the world to using ekranoplans to like ship things across the ocean and people across the ocean quickly and efficiently. But that would require refitting all of the world's ports, which would be trillions of dollars in infrastructure, and that is a colossal expenditure. But I would rather start with building out rail lines in the United States. I do think we could make that happen. The chronoplans, I would never have the amount of money necessary to make that happen, but high-speed rail, maglev trains, hell yeah. I'm gonna need you to spell that. Ekranoplan. It's a Soviet-era technology that makes use of what's called the ground effect, which is a cushion of air that holds planes up when they get close to the ground. And ground effect vehicles are created to take advantage of that effect, and that allows them to be built extraordinarily large, because the larger you build them, the more air is under the wings and the more lift they have. And so essentially what you can do if you have a vehicle that is capable of taking advantage of ground effect like that is build a simply massive airship, and then it can hover on that cushion of air at a pretty steady height. And again, the bigger you make it, the higher it can go on that cushion of air. And then you have to expend a lot of energy initially to get it up to speed, but then it can you can cut off almost all of the engines and have it going at hundreds of miles an hour across the ocean. And that is really, really cool. And honestly, imagine if we converted international shipping.
Wow.
And turned it into something that, instead of traveling at like a decent rate for a ship, traveled at the speed of an airplane for a fraction of the fuel. It's very cool, and it's something that could be expanded to include, both something the size of like a luxury cruise liner combined with a cargo ship. You could literally have both at the same time, and it would be even more efficient. So very cool. Pioneered by the Soviet Union initially, and they built one of the largest aircrafts ever conceived, and it was really fucking cool. Did not work very well, but in the era of modern like autopilot systems, we could make it happen. We can make it work. All right. Anyway, that's my pitch. We should instead maybe invest in high-speed rail and maglev trains for the United States, because that'd be really, really cool. I'm sorry I got distracted. A Chronoplan video time? No. I will control myself.
At the state level. That means getting to the 2/3 funding commitment that was made but has never been met. But it also means fixing the way that those dollars are distributed, because right now it's deeply inequitable. My family moved to rural Taylor County. That's where I was a little girl. And they moved because of the quality of the public education system here in Wisconsin 47 years ago. Now, raising my kids in Dane County, I can see that we have been shortchanging our kids, and that is not okay with me. So we do need more state resources to end this divisive cycle of referendums that are pitting neighbors against one another, grandparents against their grandkids' schools. I also am the only candidate in this race that actually has a plan, not just a wish, but an actual plan to bring that private voucher scheme to a responsible end, because the actual number is closer to $1.8 billion in each budget that is going directly out of the coffers of our local school districts into these private schemes. And they are unaccountable, and they can discriminate against kids. And none of us as taxpayers should find that acceptable.
Mr. Crowley, how do you bring property taxes down across the board?
Property taxes are extremely high here in the state of Wisconsin. It's not just affecting the senior who's on a fixed income. It's also affecting that young person who may want to buy a home, and everybody's getting squeezed in every direction. And it's not just affecting homeowners. It's also affecting renters as well, because when property taxes go up, landlords, quite frankly, pass those down to those renters as well. And so we have to tackle property taxes by, one, investing in our education system, increasing the reimbursement rates as well for special education, because our school districts shouldn't have to choose between mandated services and whether or not they're going to have teachers. But as the only elected official who runs, county government, representing 19 different municipalities, close to 1 million people, we have a lot of state-mandated services. And with those state-mandated services, those resources don't come down the pipeline. And so it's extremely important that we work at the state to make sure that we are getting, local governments are getting enough resources to invest in things like public safety, because the state of Wisconsin is near the bottom or dead last when it comes down to investments and such.
We brought up vouchers, so let's talk about vouchers. Right now, about 30,000 Milwaukee children attend private schools using taxpayer-funded vouchers. Milwaukee was the first school choice program in the nation to help families who felt failed by the public school system, and still do so today. The program has since expanded statewide. As we've heard, some of you are calling to end the voucher program. Mr. Crowley, do you support eliminating or reducing vouchers in the city of Milwaukee?
Look, I am a proud MPS graduate. Went to Milwaukee Public Schools. All 3 of my daughters go to public schools. So I believe in the power of our public education. I think to say that we're going to fully eliminate the voucher system overnight really doesn't take into account the impact towards our family, towards our teachers, and quite frankly, toward the public school system. We've talked about how we went to referendum to make sure our public schools have what they need. And if we're going to referendum for the current capacity of students that they have now, how will we be able to bring on those students and make sure that we have great public schools moving forward? And so I don't think the question is whether or not we should have vouchers. The question should be, how do we continue to invest in our public schools to make sure that they are the school of choice?
Man, this guy stinks. Like, the question about whether or not you have public school vouchers is very relevant to school funding, because the vouchers move that funding around to different schools. So it's obviously extremely relevant if you want your kid's school to be funded.
Would you sign a bill that eliminated or reduced vouchers in Milwaukee?
To eliminate or reduce vouchers, no, but I don't believe in expanding vouchers in the state of Wisconsin.
Mr. Barnes, you're proposing a multi-year sunset of the program as you've described it. What does that look like specifically in the city of Milwaukee?
Well, let's first talk about the reason why parents feel failed by public schools. This all goes back to the lack of funding. This goes back to the state not meeting its 2/3 funding requirement, and schools have been starved of resources. So it will only be natural for parents to feel that way. I am also a proud Milwaukee Public School graduate, but I know, having gone to a school that was starved of resources, what that impact meant on a lot of my classmates. Now, I was very fortunate to know where I was going to go home at night. I was very fortunate to not have to worry about where my next meal came from. But that's not the reality that far too many of our students face. And when we're talking about education, we truly have to talk about the societal factors that impact how our students do or do not learn. If we have these exorbitant rates of child poverty, it is going to impact the way that they learn. And as I have talked about vouchers, The main line is accountability, because we have seen horror stories where voucher operators close doors overnight. These operators moved to Florida on the public dime. And so we have to first get the bad actors out of the system. Now, I believe public dollars belong in public schools. And if you receive a dime of public money as a private school operator, you should have to operate by a uniform set of standards. That means public governance, that means public accountability, public.
I just, like, full stop. Private schools should not receive a dime of public money. Why should a private institution siphon resources that are needed for public services? That does not make a lick of sense.
Scrutiny, and if you cannot meet those standards, you should be taken out of the system. And I can tell you.
But do vouchers go down, or are they eliminated in the city of Milwaukee?
Well, I think that the income caps being lifted is a travesty, because that is what makes it a scheme. This no longer becomes a program for lower income parents to put their children in private schools.
So there could be less vouchers in Milwaukee.
It becomes a handout, and we can no longer, there's no justification for expansion of vouchers or lifting the caps if we have not fully funded our public schools. So yes, I would sign a bill that reduced them, because we have seen so much chaos with this system. We have seen, and look, a lot of students, and this is not an overnight thing by any means, but we do have to get serious about the delivery of education, specifically here in Milwaukee, but we also have to get serious about the societal issues that continue to plague our systems. We always have the conversation about education, but never about poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Ms. Royce, at what point in your plan do vouchers go away for tens of millions of children in Milwaukee, tens of thousands of children in Milwaukee?
No student in Milwaukee or Racine who is currently enrolled in a voucher program and is happy there will be displaced, and they will be allowed to continue their education until they graduate, as will their siblings. However, all programs that take public money need to be subject to the same rules and regulations that public schools are. Right now, you can do corporal punishment in a voucher school. You don't have to have licensed teachers that undergo background checks. You can discriminate against teachers and against students, including cherry-picking students and saying, no, we don't want a student with a disability. I think that's totally unacceptable as a taxpayer and certainly as a parent.
But also, you could simply pass laws to make those actions illegal and still not give them a dime of public money.
Every single child deserves a high-quality public education. And what we have with the statewide expansion is essentially a program that has subsidized the private choices of wealthy parents. The vast majority of students in the statewide expansion were already in private school at their parents' expense before taxpayers started picking up the tab. I believe that public dollars belong in public schools, and if you take even $1 of public money, you need to be subject to accountability. And yes, over time, I am going to bring the private voucher scheme to an end as we increase the quality and the capacity of our public schools, because the most important thing to me as a parent, and what I hope my legacy will be as governor, is to restore Wisconsin in our rightful place as the best public education state in the nation.
So a 3-year-old child, for example, in the city of Milwaukee would not qualify for a voucher under your plan?
Correct, unless they were enrolled in a 3K program or if their sibling was already in one.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, do you support ending or dialing back the state's voucher program? And specifically, what does that look like for Milwaukee?
Yeah, and I do support some putting back the cap on for the statewide program, which has come off. I think that we've already talked about some of the accountability. There's a transparency issue. We should pass a state law that says on your property tax bill, you can see how much the city, the county, the public schools, and how much vouchers are costing. Like, all of those things are important. I'm a proud parent. My kids went to Milwaukee Public Schools for about 22 years. But let me add a dose of reality here. There is not going to be a bill that passes in the legislature that is put on the governor's desk right now to end vouchers in Milwaukee. You know why? Because there are representatives in Milwaukee who represent the city of Milwaukee for whom more than half of the people who live there are sending their kids to private schools. Like, we have to live in the real world. This is an issue that is dividing Democrats, because in Milwaukee, what parents deserve is a great option option. And I want to make sure our public schools are better than any, bar none. We have the largest achievement gap in the country right here in my hometown. That's not acceptable. So the results aren't what we want. We need to hold everybody accountable. You know who doesn't like accountability? Lousy schools, no matter what kind of school they are. So we need to make sure we are holding ourselves accountable, but we need to also make sure that that we are living in the real world here, because I wouldn't put legislators in a position where they're going to have to tell parents that they can't send their kids to the school.
But let's say a bill got to your desk. Would you sign a bill that reduced vouchers in the city of Milwaukee?
I wouldn't right
you would
now, because I think we need to make sure that we are doing right by everybody in the city of Milwaukee. There are changes to be made. The largest recipient of vouchers in the state, $44 million to a virtual school. Like,
Thank you,
those
Mr.
are the
Runyon.
types of things we can change.
Ms. Hong, you are calling for a responsible transition away from the, quote, unfair voucher program. Does that include fully eliminating vouchers in Milwaukee?
No, I'm a very proud daughter of immigrants, a single mom where my son is going to the same public school district that I came through in my hometown of Madison. I believe that public dollars not only belong in public schools, but one of the reasons that privatization has grown across the country is that, it's public institutions of education that are one of our last remaining democratic institutions. And if we don't have strong public schools, we can't have a strong democracy. Our plan would ensure property tax transparency. I was in Luxembourg, Wisconsin, at the dairy breakfast talking to a gentleman who had no idea about the voucher program. And when he found out that the statewide program is where some of the public dollars were going into private schools, he was shocked. Ending that statewide program, implementing property tax transparency, and then moving to Milwaukee and Racine and looking at accountability and transparency measures that is uniform across what public schools are having to be audited for and the different regulations that public schools are responsible for. And I will say, I introduced the Healthy School Meals for All legislation, and that is a bill that would include all students in K through 12. It includes vouchers and includes private schools, schools for the visually impaired. And this is a type of bill that not only helps to reduce costs for families, but would help all students across the state.
So to the point of fully eliminating vouchers in Milwaukee, your plan?
It has to be a responsible program and process where we work directly with the families and the different schools where the voucher program, depending on how expansive it is in the school, but it would need to come to an end. And I can see, I don't want to put a firm number on it, but I do believe that, again, public dollars coming in public schools, understanding that we have built this system where it's deeply inequitable, and I think that it's important that we put in the responsibilities of working with our partners to end the program in Milwaukee.
Hell yeah. I love this. I wish she had it a little bit more fleshed out, but honestly, I do like this idea that this voucher program that came into existence creates an obligation between the state and the families that have engaged with the voucher program. And so it makes sense to me that the state would then have an obligation to work with the families that made use of the program in order to find an equitable solution and then sunset the program for everybody else. I think that this is a perfectly fine answer.
Eventually a full end in the city of Milwaukee.
I believe that that is what bringing a responsible end to the voucher program is, Matt.
Thank you.
Let's talk about data centers. In Marquette's latest poll, 76% of Wisconsinites say they believe the costs outweigh the benefits, and that includes a majority of Democrats, independents, and Republicans. You've all outlined varying plans on how you would approach the boom in data centers, from new regulations to construction moratoriums. State lawmakers recently attempted to pass a series of regulations, but they failed to pass the full legislature. If lawmakers can't agree, and if you believe in local control, what really can you do as governor, Mr. Crowley?
Well, one, we need to, it's unfortunate that the legislature actually left session without actually putting any guardrails in place. And so as governor, we need to make sure that we're protecting ourselves from the data centers that are currently here. I do have the same concerns that many folks have across this state, but I think a moratorium, a short-term moratorium, doesn't address the long-term concerns that we have. And so as governor, we will make sure that we hold these data centers accountable, that they pay for the energy use, they pay for the grid upgrades, and they bring the Beyonce approach, bring your own new clean energy. We need these data data centers to be as close to 100% renewable energy as much as possible. But they can go anywhere in this country. But we have to understand that our clean air, our clean water, it doesn't stop at the borders of Wisconsin. And so as county executive, we have put in place a climate action plan to reduce our carbon emissions, and we're 50% of the way there. And we need to make sure that we're having that same level of accountability here in the state of Wisconsin. But if they are going to be here, let's make sure we're utilizing union labor. Let's see project labor agreements, prevailing wage, and community benefit agreements across the entire state, because we're all going to be affected. And I believe they should be subsidizing our energy use if they're going to be here.
You said they could go anywhere. Do you want them here?
I couldn't hear you.
You said they could go anywhere. Do you want them here in Wisconsin?
Well, we need to make sure that we have a framework in place to protect ourselves moving forward, because right now we don't have anything right now with what's already.
There's literally no benefit to allowing these things to exist in Wisconsin. There's no benefit to the people of Wisconsin for data centers to be there. Like, what are you talking about, dog?
Ready here.
Ms. Hong, if lawmakers, they can't agree on any regulations, if you believe in local control, what can you really do as governor?
You know, I introduced the legislation that puts a moratorium on the construction of new AI data centers, and I would call a special session into play so that the legislature can take up that legislation or the other Democratic legislation.
Yes, he did say the Beyonce approach.
That had been introduced by my colleagues, and yet Robin Voss ended session early. I think it's important that we have enforceable regulation, that we bring union workers to the table, that this is very similar to what I believe could be seen as more collective bargaining, to make sure that we're protecting union jobs, and that, you know, the natural resources, we're letting some of the big tech companies know that they are not for sale. And until we fully fund the Department of Natural Resources and we have the actual regulations to hold polluters accountable that we are including in the Public Service Commission.
Like, genuinely, like, AI data centers do not create, like, tons of jobs. They take up a bunch of space. They're extremely resource intensive. They're big development projects, but once they're built, like, they aren't big drivers or job creators. They aren't employing entire towns. Like, they are just kind of a blight. Yeah, like, you would genuinely be better off building, like, a strip mall and, like, subsidizing the strip mall leases so that they could be, like, made available to local business startups. That would genuinely be more jobs created and more economic activity being created.
You know, different types of phases where we have stricter legislation and clear definitions of how data centers can actually move forward. This moratorium is necessary so that we can responsibly and put in enforcement mechanisms to protect communities. And seeing local governments already put moratoriums into play, we want people to have local control, but we also want to make sure that there are the guardrails, the legal resources, and that if data centers are going to come here in our state, that they pay their own way and actually pay up front. And I think it's important to say.
Yeah, Karen L, vertical chat, calm down because it's super late at night. And also, I didn't chud bait as much in the title of today's show. And also, frankly, I'm dressed more queer, which generally, you know, sometimes brings them in, but I have to look like a soft target, and I don't really look like that today.
That, you know, the data centers that currently exist in our state, you know, there is a sales tax exemption with over $2.1 billion that could go back into infrastructure for clean, renewable energy, green union jobs.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, if lawmakers can't agree and you believe in local control, what can you do to address the boom of data centers?
3 words to start with: get new lawmakers. That's why the stakes are so important this year. That's why we need a nominee who's going to win down ballot and make sure we can have a majority in the state assembly and the state senate. Senate. Once we do that, what people think about when they think about data centers is they are angry. They're angry because government has failed them. The state got into the data center game and they put no guardrails on. And, I have not called for a moratorium, but I have said that I would put a pause on the construction of new data centers, not for a year, but in the first 100 days, we can do 4 things. We can make sure that nobody watching tonight pays for the construction, the operation, the transmission, the ultimate retirement of these. Make sure that there are real teeth in the environmental regulations, making sure that they're having to do renewables. Make sure that there are Wisconsin union workers who are building these if they happen here. And number 4, make sure that there are never going to be the non-disclosure agreements that are the reason why people don't trust government, why the reason why they're so angry about these things. If we can demonstrate in that first 100 days, and there's good legislation that's gone through 12 drafts, and Democrats and Republicans both, and stakeholders have had involvement in that. If we can do that in the first 100 days, it's not going to make everybody happy, but it's going to set the bar and take away that uncertainty and take away another reason why people distrust government and why they're so angry. Like, that's, I think, what governing is.
Mr. Barnes. So as a governor, the response has to be bigger than buzzwords. Now, I do think that there should be no new data center construction without those guardrails in place. If a community rejects a data center proposal, then there should be no new data center constructed. And with the guardrails, with the framework that protects our natural resources, that makes sure that water quality, air quality is protected, that also makes sure that people's utility rates aren't increasing. If that framework is in place, it also needs to be retroactively applied to existing data centers. And we also have to have a renewable energy mandate to make sure that they are contributing energy back to the grid. And I want us all to, caution, especially, because I do, again, no new data center construction without those guardrails in place. But even as the representative mentioned, in urban Milwaukee, it was reported that a full data center moratorium may face legal repercussions. Those were the words of the representatives, not mine. And it is important for us to empower the Department of Natural Resources to make sure that they have the funding to engage in the ongoing quality monitoring of these data centers to ensure that they aren't negatively impacting air or water quality. Mr. Barnes, thank you. Ms. Royce.
Something that none of my colleagues have mentioned, even though we are all running for governor, is using executive power against the existing projects that are under construction and were put under construction over the strenuous objections of those communities. We have a Department of Natural Resources that should be protecting our air and our soil and our water. We have a Public Service Commission that needs to be much more aggressive about making sure that the big guys are not asking us to subsidize them. I have put forth the strongest legislation and the strongest plan of the candidates in this race to actually address and stop the unregulated development of data centers, because I believe the status quo is totally unacceptable. The moratorium bill has very little support and is unlikely to pass, but the strong regulation bill that many of my colleagues have described is poised to pass in January. But I will not stop there. I will also establish a public negotiating team so that any community that decides it would like to engage with a data center has the opportunity to have expert negotiators. I will increase shared revenue so that communities don't feel desperate like they have to. I will also end the subsidies for data centers because they should be paying us and not the other way around. And when a community decides, yes, we've reached agreement, I will charge an upfront fee that they will pay to the state on the order of hundreds of millions of dollars to finance a clean infrastructure public bank.
I apologize if I cut you off here. We are kind of running up against time. Everything you've talked about tonight relies on a democratically controlled legislature. Ms. Hong, what happens if there's a divided government or Republicans control the legislature and your governor?
I have passed bipartisan legislation, the one where it would require K-12 schools to teach Asian American history. So much of working in government has to do with building strong relationships, and I have done that with Republicans. I am willing to work with anyone at the table who wants to actually deliver for working class families and improve lives and work on policies that are going to be deliverables. And I believe that shared revenue, healthcare, and public education are 3 areas and some of my top priorities where Republicans have shown some support. And I've talked to them about these issues. And so I believe that even with the split legislature, my focus and my leadership will ensure that we are governing to actually deliver for working class families across the state.
Thank you, Mr.
She's she's so goddamn poised. It's crazy. She's so good at this. And what a perfect answer. Yeah, if you want to work with me to deliver for working class families, I'm more than willing to work alongside you. hell yeah, let's go.
Barnes, how do you get anything done with Republicans?
Well, I can tell you that's why this race is so important. That's why rejecting this broken system matters so much. That's why rejecting the status quo is so important when people go to cast a ballot. Look, we'll never...
Also, it seems like she got her debate jitters out as it went on. And, like, that answer was delivered with a lot of poise and a lot of confidence. And honestly, I loved it.
Be as bold as we need to be as a state if we continue down this path that we've been going. And it's been mentioned that the county executive had his campaign resurrected by special interests in a dark room with people with their thumb on the scale. This means things will...
Yeah, Kelda Roy's seems not great. The only, I gotta be honest, the only other person on this stage that I initially liked Mandela Barnes, but the more he's talked, the less I've liked him, and definitely the less I've liked his policies. But the only other guy I like on this stage
always be the same with that sort of leadership.
The guy who I described as the personification of Wisconsin itself earlier.
We should be asking for more. We should be demanding more. And if we...
Oh, he is, like, dude does reek of Cory Booker. So true.
Lead.
Thank you.
With a bold platform,
I bet he's got that Michigan fist in him, you know?
We implement a mandate. We have a mandate to govern in the interest of people in a way that we have never done before. And that's what this race is about.
Thank you. Mr. Crowley, how do you work with Republicans? Get anything done?
You know, I served in the state legislature like many of my colleagues here, but none of them have actually run local government. You know, I'm the county executive of the largest community. And when I was elected in 2020, we had to work to get Act 12 passed. And we worked with Democrats and Republicans, and we've done it in Republican-controlled legislatures, and I do believe that we'll get a lot more done.
Thank you. Believe it or not, it is now time for closing statements. We did choose randomly with the campaigns present to determine the order.
Each candidate will have 30 seconds for a final thought, and we will begin with Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much. Well, you've seen differences amongst us today. We have a common threat. It's losing to Tom Tiffany and Donald Trump. And the stakes have never been higher. We can build 100,000 new homes. We can expand Badger Care. We can stop having property taxpayers pitted against kids in Wisconsin. But we have to win in order to do that. For 25 years, I have been somebody who has solved problems. I'll be a governor who's more interested in results than rhetoric. I hope that I can get your support on August 11th and November 3rd. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
Mr. Crowley.
I want to first and foremost thank our moderators for hosting us, and I want to thank all of you who are tuning in today. You know, my story is like Wisconsin's story. I grew up learning the values of hard work, resilience, and to stand up when somebody tries to knock you down. But people all across this state are struggling every single day, and I know what that feels like. They need a governor who's going to deliver for them on day one. And that's why I have received the endorsements of folks like Tony Evers, Governor Evers, our labor unions, and folks all across our state, because they know I will be delivering the results that's going to make a great impact. I look forward to having your vote on August 11th.
Ms. Royce.
All of us on this stage are good people. For 25 years,
I'm actually shocked at the lack of sniping between these candidates. Like, genuinely, I did think it was going to turn into like a all knives out for Francesca Hung, and I have been proved astoundingly incorrect. Usually I'm able to predict these things, but like, this was not as cutthroat as I thought it was going to be. And I do enjoy a debate where like we can end with just like, everyone here's good people. And like, that may be true. But there are only a couple of you that I'd like to see as a governor.
I have been turning the good ideas that we've shared into state law in the toughest of political environments. I've stood up to bullies and billionaires just like Donald Trump, and I will never stop fighting to build the Wisconsin that all of us deserve, working alongside you as I have throughout my career. We need all hands on deck in this high state.
It's true. When we've had Donald Trump and the current Republican Party for so long, it is sometimes astounding to see what politics could be like under normal circumstances.
Moment to protect our rights and freedoms, to deliver health care for all, and to make sure that every child has a great public school. I ask for your vote on August 11th.
Mr. Barnes.
To everybody watching at home, I want you to know that the establishment is trying to rig this election. They want you to choose between their preferred candidate, and also Republican billionaires are lining up to the tune of $3.5 million to choose a Democratic nominee in this race. I'm here to say that's BS. I've been a progressive fighter who's taken.
I certainly hope talking about policies instead of personalities becomes the norm.
Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you very much for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. And thank you for supporting the show.
On the tough fights, but also the only candidate on this stage who's actually defeating Tom Tiffany according to the most recent Marquette poll. We can get things done, but it starts on August 11th. I'm asking for your support.
It's also I do Genetic Memory Farms, I think, has a really great point. I've been watching Democratic debates for 30 plus years. This I think you meant, is that how you spell congeniality? I think you were going for congeniality. Is an extremely good sign for us, a very, very good sign. I think so too. Because when you have candidates that are willing to extend hands to one another like this, I think it does translate to fewer sour grapes when it comes to the actual general election, and fewer like I'm picking up my ball and going home, reactions. I think that this helps create a unified front. And honestly, I was expecting more self-interested action in this debate, but honestly, like, it's a smart and savvy political move to not do that from any of the candidates.
So that we can go into November with the strength, and that we can go into January with the mandate to govern in the interests of people.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you so much to the viewers this evening. I am your fighter, fighting alongside you and fighting for you. And this is a movement moment. Our campaign is one that has built a bipartisan coalition where we have reached voters in every part of the state. Republicans, independents, Democratic Socialists, and Democrats. They have come together and already uniting. We are already beating Tom Tiffany, whether it comes to the number of donors, whether it comes to the number of individual donations. I think it's time for this moment of unity, and I'm the leader to meet that moment.
That was quick.
God damn, the confidence level on her, and the fact that she opened with "I'm your fighter," I think that is so goddamn important. Like, especially we talked earlier tonight that in the 2028 polling, what people are looking for is somebody who's willing to fight for them, who is willing to fight for good things to happen for them, and not just an absence of bad things. And like, what Francesca Hong is doing is actively advocating for better things to happen and a path forward through the current bullshit to a more prosperous future for working class people. And I think that that is an ideal message to be hitting home right now. So like, I think she played this perfectly, just about as perfectly as a debate performance can get.
And we did it. We made it. Our sincere thank you to the candidates this evening for being here tonight, and thank you to everyone watching at home.
If you missed any part of tonight's debate, it will be available on the 12 News app, YouTube.
That was great. That was genuinely really refreshing. I get so like morose some nights after I finish talking about politics, after I wrap up, I just kind of like have to stare at a blank wall for a while. But like, that genuinely pumped me up a little bit. That put some pep in my step. I feel hopeful. It's a nice way to wrap things up, I think. And to be honest, I hadn't seen a whole lot of Francesca Hong prior to this. I'd seen her in a couple of interviews, and I was feeling kind of like this is the person I've been hearing a lot of buzz about. But I get it now. I get it, having seen her ideas compared and contrasted against her fellow primary candidates. I get it, seeing the way she speaks and the way she communicates. It feels so genuine and direct and refreshing. And like, I get it. I'm like Frank from the season finale of season 13 of Always Sunny. I get it now. She did great. And honestly, I'm really hopeful for the state of Wisconsin. So, folks, if you're in Wisconsin, make sure you make it out to the primary on August 11th. Vote for Francesca Hong, because she seems like she's got it nailed down. Endorsed by Labor, endorsed by DSA in Wisconsin. Let's go, Hong. So, all that being said, folks, get involved in your local politics. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved organizing today, because you guys can make a difference when it comes to getting involved. You can knock on doors, you can phone bank, you can get to know your local movers and shakers, you can learn how to exert influence, you can make your community safer, stronger, better, and you can make things better for everybody involved. So get involved. And if you don't know where to start, you can join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help joining DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about the debate. Genuinely very impressed by all of that. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. We just got a new restock. We got a new color. We got 2 new sizes. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. I'm wearing it right now. It's great. So, all that being said, folks, let's keep on going. Whew, we did it. Reach out to me for help in Kerbal Space Program. Hell yeah. Second layer boss fight. It's been real, y'all. Thanks for your hard work, Jack. Immobilizer, you're very welcome. How am I doing? How am I feeling? I'm exhausted. We are coming up on the 6-hour mark. Folks, if you enjoyed any of that, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I could not justify doing a 6-hour-long show of researched and prepared segments every weekday without your support. I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot. Rudyard tomorrow, I want Rudyard to be tomorrow so badly, but we also have to cover the Michigan debate, and honestly, like, whatever the fuck happens between now and tomorrow, like, it seems like the insanity's been escalating every day, so we'll see what we get. Yes, click the goddamn button. You do important work.
Go. Click the button.
Then consider supporting stream.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button.
Pocket.com. Thank you for the $2 super chat.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the
YouTuber Grudge, thank you for the gifted membership. Or becoming a member, rather. Appreciate y'all. Hell yeah. Ugh. I owe you guys a gaming stream. Maybe we'll do one on, like, Saturday or something. We'll see. All that being said, folks, love that bop. I'm glad. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Good night. Good night, Dragonfly. I'll be right back. No, I won't. That was a lie. I'm sorry. Good night, everybody.
understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. It's that Mamdani guy. He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that, whoa, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by James, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.